All right, and we are live. So sorry about the late start, everybody. Had a little bit of difficulties there in the beginning, and then wanted to re up on some stuff. Anyways, we're here. We're ready for action. Mr. Abbott Greenfield, how are you doing this week? How's Christmas treating you?
We're doing so good. We got a early Christmas present for the family and this Great Dane Rhodesian Ridgeback mix. It's like a former military and service dog, and we're taking care of him in his golden years, and the kids are loving him. So we're able to give him a little bit of a Merry Christmas, and the rest of the family too. So it's been real well, real nice.
Oh, that's awesome. What man? That's a big boy. That's a big boy, and then that Ridgeback puts a little bit of an edge on him. I've liked the Great Danes, but when you realize that they're intimidating, but they're not necessarily efficient, so he's kind of held me back. I had a rock Great Dane cross one time. I liked her a lot.
Oh, that sounds like a good combination.
Yeah, it
You
was
need
pretty good.
a little bit of viciousness with the Great Danes. You need a little bit of something because
Yeah,
they're kind of peaceful. As far as big dogs.
yeah, little bit goofy too. Although I guess the Rots can be a little bit goofy too. I'm jealous of that Ridgeback you got in it. That is a dog I've yet to mess with. Now I've messed with. I think this is. We won't go too far in this because I could derail this stream on this. But I think that there's an American cognate to the Ridgeback, and that's probably the Blackmouth Cur. But I'm a big fan of cur dogs in general, which I've messed with cur dogs. I've owned No, I've only owned mountain cur. That's the only type of cur I've owned.
But we're still looking for a potential future blackmouth cur. I enjoyed your post on those. They seem like a pretty good farm homestead type dog.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for here in the future. So I'm looking forward to that. Mr. Whittaker, are you in here? How has Christmas time season been treating you guys?
It's pardon. Um, it's been good. It's been good, and I've especially enjoyed the sort of rhythm that life has taken on account of these streams. Um, Something I've been looking forward to, and has kind of set the pace for my existence for this several week span, including anomalous things like late in the evening cups of coffee, which is atypical for my existence, even though it's not for my wife's. But I don't know. Coffee tastes better toward the end of the day, often, as it's a rarity for me, and I do go to the bed early consistently um, on account of the kids and just the I don't know, married with children existence that I live out. Um, so yeah, things are good. Hiking with the family yesterday, expecting one tomorrow on the occasion of my eldest son's 10-year birthday, which is cool. So yeah, um, doing the fam thing. Looking forward to chatting it up with you guys on some films, and particularly hearing from Abbott concerning Miracle on 34th Street. So, Abbott, you've been much anticipated.
Amen to that.
Oh boy. No pressure, right?
Yeah,
Happy
right.
birthday in advance. Your son there.
Well,
Okay.
you seem to indicate that it occupied a special place in your heart. And so I didn't want to address it last week, and I sort of dusted Panda off so that we could wait for you because I was curious to hear your take, what it is that you fancied so much about it, and yeah, I'll hold my fire here up front. Panda likely has a monologue. He's probably a coiled spring. What do you have to say, Panda?
Oh, just a bit, but I tell you, I think all three of us are locked and loaded for that one. So it should be good. It should be good. I won't take too long, but we'll get in there. But what I did want to focus on this week is we've we took 2 weeks and we focused on the externalities of the season, and we focused on the idea of snow and of winter, of dark and light coming into darkness. And so again, those externalities. And then last week I went and focused on the idea of expectation, and so we had the external. then we had the internal, and the expectation is waiting on that light to come back, on the snow to melt. And the big thing now, so you go again to the beginning, and we had externalities, and then we had the internalities, and the focus, everything that we're building to in this great grand crescendo within the Christmas season and the Christ Mass is life. And it's the divine, the transcendent, taking life and pouring it into the lives of men. And so we have a great creator that's pouring himself into the lives of his created. And that is, now we move past that first great religion and how man was interacting with God, and we move into the fulfillment of that first great religion, which is frankly the religion throughout history, the religion throughout the world, and that the God and creator of the universe is still pouring life, sustaining life, keeping life moving in accordance with his greatness. And so you see that first, I don't want to say foremost, but I do want to say first in the life, in the birth of the Christ figure. And then you see it throughout his life. And then you see it in the death, because in the death, it is ultimately fulfilled in the resurrection. And so the two great holidays within Christianity are the birth of Christ and the resurrection of Christ. And so in there's life. And to quote John 10:10, life more abundantly. I think that's John 10:10. I should have double checked that. Regardless, life is the big issue in Christmas. Life is the big issue in Easter. Life is the big issue with Christ, with God, and with the divine. So, on that note, I'm going to bring up the other screen, and we're going to jump into these ideas and see what happens. Hey, Whit, I've got some admin stuff I'm going to take care of real quick if you want to jump in. And let me get this spun up for you guys, and then take off wherever you guys want to go in there. Give me just a moment, and we'll be set on that tier list. Let's see. Is it working? I don't think it's working.
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, neither am I. There we are. All right. Do we all see it?
Yes. Seeing it now.
Okay, very good. Very good. You guys jump into that, and like I said, I'm going to be on the back end taking care of some admin issues.
Looks good. The final 5 here, huh? Final 6.
Yeah, I'm sorry to leave you hanging, Abbott. I was doing some administrative stuff as well, but no longer. Yeah. How acquainted are you with the breadth of these, just in general? The ones remaining.
Let's see. Well, Miracle on
Well, yes, I know
34.
that.
Got that one. Yeah, thanks for saving it for me.
Yep.
I can't see. I need to work on my screen here. Could you read them
Yeah.
by chance?
Yeah. We've got Klaus,
Oh.
Prancer, White Christmas, 8-Bit Christmas, and Love Actually.
All but I don't remember 8-Bit Christmas very well. And what was that second one?
Klaus, Prancer were the first two.
The Prancer one. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with that one. I don't think I've seen that one. But the other one's yes, just 8-bit.
Well, here's one for you too, Abbott. Do you see here on the tier list any issues with anything we did last week?
Look at the tier list.
So last
No big
week,
complaints there. Yeah, go ahead.
okay, yeah, I was gonna say last week we did throw Scrooge up in the S tier, and then we followed that with the Muppets Christmas Carol. A Christmas Story we kept at the very top of cozy to a little bit of Yancey's frustration. And then let's see, what else did we do in cozy? We did end up putting, we nearly didn't, but we did put Christmas Vacation in cozy. Again, I think that was to Yancey's consternation. The best Christmas pageant ever. We ended up throwing that one in cozy as well. And then in the commercial side of last week, we did, I think maybe we did Jingle All the Way last week, and that one wound up in commercial. We definitely did A Christmas Story Christmas, and that one was fun. Threw it in commercial because it is like so many of the Jurassic World and the Twisters and some of those retreads, Top Gun Maverick. It has all the beats that it's supposed to be hitting, and it hits those. And so it comes off as a little bit trite. However, I think the exploration of fatherhood and all that was worthy in it. So I don't think it's a bad watch. You know, every few years, once a decade or so. But I wouldn't do it much more than that. And then I think those were the only ones we did last week.
Well, I'm especially pleased with Scrooge reaching the heights there, and the Muppets Christmas is another worthy one. So
yes,
and the other ones are cozy and stuff. That sounds perfect. You guys did real good.
Yeah. Well, very good. I will say I've actually been. We talked about this a little bit. I've been working my way for the first time. To my embarrassment, for the first time, I've been working my way through A Christmas Carol this season, and I'm thinking that maybe the Albert Finney edition. As much as I said last week that the music kind of rubbed me a little, and I wasn't sure if I liked the tone. The more I work through the actual book, I'm thinking that Scrooge is pretty well on the number for what Dickens would have done if he had been a movie director or capable of getting a movie off the ground.
So, how close are you to completing the written work?
Oh, I'm about 3/4 of the way through. For various reasons, I'm working through it on a schedule, and so here by the end of the month, I'll be able to tell you where I really stand on it. But the more I work through it, and again, I think I mentioned this. This is my first Dickens of any sort.
Yes.
And so I'm not familiar with his writing style at all. And so as I work through it, I am thinking that excuse me, to an even greater degree than say the Muppets. Thinking the Albert Finney one might have. Excuse me, sorry. I'm thinking the Albert Finney one might really be catching the
vibe.
It's overused, but yes, the vibe of the book.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's my thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, I've told you, I think last stream, that I've had any number of false starts on Dick books, and I haven't been able to crack it. I find him kind of tediously lengthy.
Yeah. Yep.
And then I won't get into it, but there are certain parts that are just really rather uncomfortable in terms of the relationships between characters that
Okay.
I found just kind of nauseating. I couldn't enjoy. But what I was getting to here is, because as I understand it, it's among his shorter works. That's probably one that I start and finish of Dickens, and I should probably do it just to say I've read Dickens, at least to some degree, or at least completed something from his oeuvre. So yeah. And congrats to you for actually. It looks like you're in the home stretch. You'll actually make it. Oh, but the reason I wanted to ask, the reason I was curious to know how far you were was, I wanted to know what the kind of hellish regions read like in the book itself. We talked about how I felt about them on screen, but I was curious to know how that's rendered in the actual in the written work. Hello? Did I drop off? Did you
I'm
drop off?
having a hard time. No, I can still hear you. I can't hear Panda, but I'm having a
I'm
hard time
back.
remembering. I think there we go. He's back.
Okay.
I am worried. So there is some stuff. There's some stuff going on with Mother Nature and some issues that are outside of my control, and I'm worried that this is going to be an issue that's plaguing us tonight. We're going to keep going for now, but we shall see.
All right. Well, to put it shortly, Panda, I don't know if you heard me. I was simply asking how the hellish region reads in the written work. Because that in particular was I don't know, the most memorable bit of the whole thing, so far as I was
Sure.
concerned.
So not quite there. I'm on the very edges of that.
Okay.
I'm at the point where he's dealing with death currently, or excuse me, he's dealing with the third angel. No, how did they do? Spirit. There we go. That was
Yes.
that was the word. Yeah,
Right.
the the nomenclature. So yeah, we'll see. We're going through there. I will say your comment earlier made it a little bit interesting because there's some points there where I'm reading the book and I'm almost wondering if in his period writing style, if Dickens was pointing to something a little bit less conversation worthy with different things that were going on in the background, and wasn't always sure if I was picking up what he was putting down. But I might be reading way too much into that.
Are
Maybe he
you
wasn't
talking?
going as dark as
I don't know. Are
there.
you
There,
talking vague sexual insinuations regarding
yes.
child characters? Yeah, that. I mean, there's some weird
Okay,
stuff.
so you have thought that as well,
I felt that about another work in particular of his, and in this moment
Oliver Twist.
no,
Wait,
is it
no,
Great?
Oliver
wait.
Twist.
Oliver Twist is a Disney movie. What's
No, I believe it's Great Expectations. Um,
okay?
that's that is in fact Dickens, is it not?
I
Um,
don't know.
yeah, there's a I don't know like for young kids and I don't know. I've had some experiences in my childhood, and I'm not talking anything like
Yeah, yeah.
over asterisk, but I mean, it turns my stomach when I think of kids like you know. Um, I-
Well, that's
it's all
that.
vague and it's
Yeah,
nothing is explicit, but it makes for a painful read. I felt.
and that's well, and I think it was intentional that at least the portion in A Christmas Carol that made me raise my eyebrow. It certainly wasn't done for pleasure. It was done as a to discuss the difficulties of this person's childhood experience. But it was like, did I read that correctly? Is he implying that this is one of the things that the person was dealing with? So,
From
and I
my
left it.
experience, yeah. From my experience, I would stab a guess that it is in fact there. You're not just reading things that aren't there.
Yikes! That is curious. All right. Well, so and then doggone it, we're gonna make it into the movies at one point. I will say also though this past week there for some reason this scene in A Family Man, or excuse me, The Family Man, kept popping up in my head. And do you guys remember when the little girl takes his face and she says they did a good job?
Oh
And
yes,
he's yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't. I've seen it. I don't know how many times, and maybe I just don't remember recognizing it. But this is the first time I remember recognizing. He picks her up from school or something one day, and they're playing out in the snow. And then after they had played for a while, she said something along the lines of, "I'm glad you're back," or "I'm glad they
yes,
gave you back," or right.
yeah, right.
And that line and that idea, because what she doesn't realize is it's the same man. Nothing has changed except he he is fulfilling the role that he was given.
Yes, he that is after he makes the commitment to Kate. If it is Kate,
Yes.
right? Perhaps my
Yes.
memory is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so I
Mhm.
believe that's after the anniversary, and so like he's all in at that point. He's put all his chips on that one number, you know, on the
It's
roulette.
it's when he did an unselfish act, and his fake child is able to recognize the real man that he's supposed to be in the midst of his fake. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, no, that's a profound moment.
yeah, I loved it. All right, so speaking of profound, I think I know where we're going to lead off. Abbott, take it away, sir.
All right. Well, why don't we do the best one first to kind of kick things off? And
Okay.
we can go into the miracle on 34th Street.
Yes,
Excellent.
sir. All right.
And I
As
really,
always,
this is,
gonna start it in commercial. Lead us off, sir.
we'll get it out of there pretty quick here. I'm hoping. So, but it's for me, it has kind of changed in how I've thought about it over the years. You know, as a kid, you see it as here's Santa coming, and he's dealing with the problems of the modern world and trying to still maintain the spirit of Christmas, despite kind of losing their faith in it. And it's just such a magical movie. All the different moments, from the little girl who's lost her innocence because she's had to go through such brutal things with her parents and different stuff, and she just doesn't believe anymore, to the court cases going on and having the lawyer, and I'm forgetting names, but from him going all in on something that could ruin his career, make him a laughing stock, and saying this is something worth fighting for. And it's really inspirational to me that it's kind of the malaise of modernity we find ourselves in, and all it takes is for the strong man like Santa, like our main character lawyer, to get up there and say this is enough, this is ridiculous, this, our tradition and our beliefs are worth fighting for, and even if the rest of the world thinks it's ridiculous, we're going to live them out. And by doing so, they call the bluff on all the other people involved. Then they're able to use the truth to win out in the day, even as they navigate the system and the person owning the toy store, and the whole debacle. And so for me, it's kind of morphed into, it's gained that additional meaning of fighting for what you really believe in. If it's really true and it has meaning, there are still ways for you to motivate people around you and return to a lot of our ancestral traditions and keep them alive, even as modernity scoffs and laughs in our faces. And so that's what I really like about this film.
Whit, go ahead and jump in.
Well, again, this is another one of those that I could go on at length, perhaps too at length, for you guys. So I hardly know where to start. What I would actually wish, for the sake of the listeners, once again, is to actually put it over to you, Panda, to offer a synopsis, which again I think you're good at, certainly better than I am. I'm good at waxing long-winded on seemingly insignificant details, but again, give us the overarching plot synopsis.
All right. So there is a young lady, about, I can't remember, 8 years old, we'll say, and she is trying to figure out how life operates and the way in which she discovers how life operates and what it means to actually. So here's what I thought you were going to do as well, Whit, and I'm going to do it right now. This one, there's maybe 3 or 4 others on here. If you haven't seen this movie, I would go and watch the movie prior to listening to us talk about it, and then
That's good.
come back and watch this. If you're watching this later on, scrub through if you want to hear what we say about the other movies. But this one and a few others on here, if you haven't seen it, I think it's worth just stopping the stream to go and watch.
I don't know.
So,
Let for a moment play the devil's advocate here, because I was
yes,
thinking Morgoth and Endeavor streams, and specifically, I believe it was 2 days ago. Morgoth actually reposted me. I was being complimentary to him concerning his stream, his uh, his video on Heat, his analysis.
Okay.
Heat with oh gosh, the two swarthy fellows, um, Italian
I
guys.
haven't seen it.
Oh, you haven't? Oh man, you
I haven't.
absolutely. That's one of those films that. So, okay, let me get to this. Playing the devil's advocate for listening to the analysis before you're even confronted with a thing. It's the way I went into Heat, for instance, by way of Morgoth's analysis, which you really need to hit up. But if you're a purist like Panda, then go watch Heat and then follow up with Morgoth's bit on it. But yeah, I'm the kind of guy for whom, well, I don't know, if it sounds sufficiently intellectually stimulating in terms of the themes that come up and that are woven throughout the narrative, an analysis won't kill your appreciation once you're met with the actual work. So anyway, that's all I've got to say as an aside to simply lay that. I always have to, I guess, butt heads with Panda in some fashion throughout these streams. So let this be the first of this stream. Oh no, what's happening?
How
Oh,
are we?
we're still here. Okay. I don't.
Yep.
I don't
Okay.
know what it's gonna look like if we go back and watch this on YouTube.
Oh gosh, I don't know. But anyway, I was waxing long-winded. I was simply saying I think it's okay to watch an analysis before you are confronted with the work of art, because if the work of art's good enough, an analysis won't hurt your appreciation once you meet with it properly. So yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
even the best analysis would be the wrong way to frame it, but it shouldn't take.
Yeah, and it's never going to replace the work itself. Although I will say this as an aside. I'm pretty deep into tangents here. Um, gosh, what was I going to say before I prefaced it? Analysis versus the work. Oh, there are some works which they treat on fairly deep themes, but they do it poorly. And in
Yeah.
those cases, there's a lot to be said for the analysis actually eclipsing the work itself if it's
Okay.
bad. But a movie like Heat is so good that
Yeah.
I came to it by way of Morgoth's analysis, which by no means killed it and actually aided my appreciation for
Sure.
it.
Okay.
Anyway, I was simply laying that against what you said about doing
Fair
the movie
enough.
first.
Fair enough. And
Go.
I think to some degree, yeah, I think to some degree it's less academic than it is what's your personality. I really like surprises, and so
Okay.
for me it's a personality thing as well. I would myself rather enjoy a good movie, see what I think about it, and then come back to the analysis.
Right. I'm
So
thinking
because
of
I
things
think
like that. I was just going to say, you've got things like Shakespeare, however, which are going to
yeah
buck that, because even if you know where the plot's going, that's not that's not the main event necessarily. It's the manner in
yeah
which it's. Um,
yeah
Go ahead.
well, and that's I think you gave I think you gave the best argument. Um, and that's why I fell back to the second tier argument of it's my personality.
Well, it's all you, man. You take it away with the story.
Fair enough. So there's a young girl that's trying to figure out how to interact with life. What does belief mean? Should she engage in belief? Is it even worth participating in? And so it goes through that. It goes through her mother struggling with some of the same ideas, and then it goes through the lives of others who answer in the positive that belief and hope and faith are worthwhile endeavors, and how they display those ideas, and um, how they value, cherish, and build those ideas in front of others. I would say that's the gist of it in a loose enough way. If you want the really quick, the VHS back of the tape. Look, as a little girl learns what it means to believe in Santa Claus.
Right, right. Um, but beyond that, well, I suppose the main thing you
There.
left out.
Oh, we're gonna be here in a minute. There is so
Okay.
much in this movie.
Yes, there is an awful lot. So um I think this will comprise the greater part of this stream, I imagine. But yeah, let me see if you want my. I'm gonna try to give a brief rundown. Let me just offer my initial impressions to begin with, in terms of the um the positive details that hit me immediately. Um, First of all, it was just noteworthy during the initial parade scene, um, where you're introduced to the main characters. Attenborough, not David Attenborough. I forget the dude's first name. He's
Richard.
Yeah, Richard. Thank you. So, he is the Jurassic Park guy, and initially, I was very familiar with Jurassic Park. I was in the sweet spot age, I think, mid elementary school, when that came out, and so that made a serious impression on my young psyche. And, I did see this film, Miracle on 34th Street, I believe, at, like, a friend's birthday party. We went out and I think saw it in the theater, if I recall correctly. But I hadn't seen it since then, and that was '94, by the way, when this thing came out. The very same year in which, the Flintstones came out, both of which featuring, um, Elizabeth Perkins, uh, who I
She's
didn't
also in
realize.
Big.
Yes, I was about to mention that. I couldn't even. I was telling my wife, like, what else is she in? And then when she told me that, and I probably watched Big maybe half a year ago. Um, Gosh, that came out in '88. So she is 6 years older here. She was very young in Big. Somehow I didn't even make that connection. Um, that she was the main lass there. And yeah, she's pretty madly attractive. If you're a man of my particular taste. And I described it on X as a kind of maternal attractiveness, more specifically, that she communicates in this film in particular, and she is the mother of the child in question. Did you say that the child, what's her name in the film? The young girl.
Oh,
It's
I
immaterial.
forget.
But did you say she's supposed to be 8 years old? Um,
Yeah,
in the
That's how
film?
I
probably like that.
remember it. Roughly
Yeah,
8.
that sounds about right. Um, I'm I'm moving very slow to get into this, you'll pardon me. Um, but it's worth noting, that she is the main, uh, among the main characters, besides the, Richard Attenborough, who plays Santa. And let me say something up front. Again, initial impressions. I was surprised at how quickly this film adopted a very mature tone that was sustained throughout. I was surprised how straight the narrative was played, because you I came into it imagining, okay, here's a kids film about how, oh, look, Santa's actually real. And I was expecting it to be rather kiddie, but it it is it is shockingly, from my perspective, mature throughout. I was weirded out by that. It's not what I was expecting. Um, where, something that plays a main part is the role of and Abbott touched on this, the role that this fantasy character, who is in fact real, Santa is real, in this film, um, how this fantasy plays against the corporate backdrop, of essentially the department store that he is working for. As Santa, he's in the department store setting, and the kids are coming to him, like you've seen before. But he's the real deal, and he evidences it in 1,000 little ways, like his ability to be conversant in like any language on the face of the planet, including sign language, which he demonstrates in one cute little scene that's surprisingly precious too,
That
where
one's
he
so good. That was a quick one to bring up, the one with the sign language girl. Dive into that one
yeah
a little more.
yeah. Well, I mean, uh, I I'm a pretty soft guy. Perhaps I haven't told you guys this, but yeah, no, that I teared up at that scene because it's very sweet. Connecting with someone who is, she's largely insulated from the broader world due to her deafness, this little girl. And he immediately begins signing with her and then kind of signs he leads her through Jingle Bells signing, and yeah, it's very sweet, and communicates just what you would expect um, of the personality of Santa Claus were he real. Um, and something else that I'll note right up front that I believe is another. I wasn't expecting this. Well, all of the magical aspects of his Santa Clausness, if I may turn that into an adjective, um, all of the magic aspects of Santa are completely under the hood. You never see reindeer flying. You never see him going down the chimney or anything. He is essentially just a regular dude on the street who's particularly considerate of children. Um, but there's some very interesting details throughout. Um, in two places in particular. One where he just very casually drops that on one occasion he found himself golfing with the Easter Bunny, and engaging in a conversation, and then a little later on, I believe you find him saying, um, offering a bit of wisdom, pertaining to belief. He says, "If the mother fails to believe, it'll be impossible to get the daughter to believe." And then he just, as a gentle aside, he's like, "Yeah, the tooth fairy told me that." And you get these very gentle references, but of course, you never see the tooth fairy, you never see the Easter bunny. The whole thing is played with a straight face. And I wanted to ask you, um, Uh, all like I said, the best way I can describe it is all the magic of Oz is completely under the hood. You never see it demonstrated, but nevertheless, by the end of the film, it's obvious. In fact, right up front, it's fairly obvious that he's the real deal to the watcher of the film. Though it takes some time for the main characters throughout the film to realize that he's the real deal. But something that came to mind, concerning his magical capacities and the sort of fantasy world that's obviously there, uh, and that's alluded to directly, here and there. Um, all of that is backgrounded. What's foregrounded is the very kind of brass tacks, real world legal engagements, relational struggles of the character. And this is again is where the film shows its maturity. But back to the um, there have been conversations online, and perhaps Panda, we even talked about this on some previous occasion, um, about differing magic modes in fantasy. Now, the one, and there are names for these, and you probably know them. Um, on the one hand, you have magic that's magic. It's inexplicable. You don't know how it operates. And then you have this very rules-based thing where magic has this structure and it's all very explicitly written out in the narrative of a story. And I forget what those two types of presentation of magic are termed. But this movie is very it's all under the hood. It's very unexplained, and I like that. And I dare say I like it in other places. I believe Lord of the Rings is one of those places where what's magical, it's largely under the hood. It's not completely backgrounded like it is in this film, which is, I think,
I
one
kind
of
of
the
tried to tie it to that one that you were. It's like Gandalf. Like you read Gandalf in The Hobbit, and he comes off this like weird, quirky guy. You know, it's not like the Peter
right.
Jackson films where he has like aura of majesty, right? It's like he does weird things sometimes, or he makes awkward comments. And it reminds me of the Santa, just like you're bringing up here, where it's kind of like this mystical world that you can't see that's there, but it doesn't really show itself until it's like absolutely necessary. In like a meekness about it, right? It's the least force needed at any
Yeah,
given moment.
Yeah. So in general, what you're talking about is the idea of soft magic and hard magic in
that's
fantasy
it.
circles. That's how they would frame it. And I'm very much a soft magic guy. For me, hard magic is it's obnoxious. It is so some of the guys like to get into the Pokemon of it and to understand all the mechanics, and that's just not me.
Sanderson, right? I've read a lot of Sanderson. He really
Exactly.
just
It's
sci-fi.
Sanderson versus Tolkien.
It
No,
turns into sci-fi.
yeah,
Gamify it too much, and then there everything can be explained, and you can figure out power levels, and
yeah.
I don't know. I agree with your approach. It's neat in its own little arena, but it's almost not magic anymore. It's like a
Right.
technology.
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Right. Yeah, yeah. It necessarily loses its magical aspect because for me
Yes.
it's what remains unexplained that is so there's the primary attraction for anything that's
Yes.
presented as magic or even as spiritual. Which it's kind of one and the same, and Lewis gets into that in various places um, where he's explaining the utility of magical worlds and things to illustrate um, spiritual realities. And that's uh, let me see. You had gently referenced Terra Incognita, I believe, Panda, in the past week in a totally differing context,
Yes.
having to do with women in foreign lands. But there's something about unexplored regions. You need it's just uh, it kills a thing to
Right.
try to articulate every last detail about it. The very concept of the quote unquote known universe is only cool because there are aspects of the universe that are unknown, right? I mean, that's my
So
fe-
there if
go.
you so this is perhaps a tenuous connection, but for me this is part of the reason that women are in particular spaces and frankly have changed if not ruined particular spaces, whether it's fantasy in general, whether it's Dungeons and Dragons, whether it's video games. The whole idea of min maxing and being able to completely understand a thing, while it sounds somewhat masculine in that men analyze trends and so on, what we're talking about right now is we're saying that there is no unknown. There's a security in the framework of the thing if you can know everything there is to be known about it. And so again, it's not that chasing of the horizon. It's a full participation in the now, which is a feminine trait and which can be a positive thing, but it does change the entire flavor and frankly the intent of a thing when you take it from being the unknown and the chasing of the horizon to being secure in the present according to the mechanics.
Right. That's very interesting. I'll keep this short, but you put me in mind of what's the fellow Wild at Heart author
Oh,
uh,
Eldridge.
Eldridge. Yes.
Yeah,
So something that I recall reading there, and it's been forever since I've read it. Um,
same.
Toward the very beginning, he describes this distinction between men and women. And again, this was the first and perhaps only place that I recall reading this. That that man was made out of the earth prior to the existence of the garden. So man was, his origin point is in an untailored, unkempt space. It's only after the garden, he puts the man in the garden, and then soon thereafter you have the woman come on the scene, but her point of origin is in the garden. And I find that to be a useful um, point of distinction between men and women. Again, he spends the whole book emphasizing the need for the cultivation that wildness, which is a good aspect within the heart of a man. Where again, not to be trite, it's always cited this Faustian thing, the like you said, chasing the horizon, but wild space, terra incognita. This is all what put me in mind of it. And like just describing about the feminine tendency to desire things to be orderly, explicable.
Well, and so I would. I'm sorry. Finish where you're headed with that, because
oh, that you basically got the essence of it. You go ahead.
well, and so the only thing, the slight, I wouldn't even say pushback, but where I sort of come is, um, it women aren't pursuing order as much as they're pursuing the standard of what works. And so men will go into a space and bring order into chaos. And then if that order is what's working in the moment, then women will sustain that order. But
Okay.
it's not inherent into and maybe I'm off my rocker, but
There's like
that's
a
where I'm at right now.
decorating aspect to it, right?
Sure.
There's like a beautifying, like they want to. But I agree that they're kind of more of the force of kind of chaos and change a little bit, always wanting something a little bit different or
Yeah.
to see different things in their life. But I agree ultimately that the man is the main force of order and kind of the foundation that she decorates and builds up.
Yeah.
I would simply point out that the establishment of that order is itself a kind of uh, a carving the known from the unknown. I don't know, it's probably a poor way of saying it, but
Yeah,
that
yeah,
that
No, I think that's I think you're hitting close to it.
that's perfect.
yeah, that itself is a Faustian pursuit.
Right.
And like you said, I think you said it very well that it's the feminine trait to take the order carved out by the masculine, and status quo is a poor word because it sounds kind of lame and boring, but
Right.
to simply sustain that order. I guess sustain is
Yeah.
a better way of saying it.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a side note, there's a silly joke between my wife and I. She is a stay-at-home mother, and therefore she's terribly unimportant. She's not doing the big business thing, like the woman. So it's a joke between she and I, because you get this from people, and it's ongoing. It's the feminism encroachment on everything that we've talked about in previous streams, where that's not enough for a woman. Like, what? Surely you've got something else going on in your life that from which you derive the greatest source of your present happiness. But anyway, the joke between she and I, cooking and cleaning, right? What? So you just cooking and cleaning? Well, that accomplishes two things. It prevents both insanity, the cleaning, and death, the cooking. So the job of the housewife is to prevent insanity and death, and that's really a
Yeah.
rather important
It's
gig.
nicely put.
I, I I can't think of much more that could be of greater importance than preventing insanity and death. So yeah,
So
that's what I mean by sustain, the
yeah.
feminine trait of sustaining things. Yeah. Go ahead, Panda.
Well, so this is a super interesting place for me to jump in about Miracle on 34th Street
Yeah, go.
because the I've always it seems like every time I watch it and dudes, I as a child I never realized any of this stuff as a kid when I'm watching it. And now when I watch it as a grown man and I watch it every year. I'm going to watch it at least once, and I feel like every year I capture something new, and it's wild to me. I can't tell. I really can't tell even if the makers of the movie.
You guys still there?
I'm still here, Abbott. I think Panda must have dropped, and if our previous experience is any measure of what we can
Still on.
expect, he'll be right back. So um,
Sounds
I
good.
think, yeah. If I can guess where he's going with this, I would estimate that he's going to speculate that there are
It
things
had
written.
to. It
Oh,
had to do its freak out right when I'm talking.
yeah. Well, go ahead,
I
drop
know,
knowledge.
right?
You were right about to drop the hammer, so go.
I was. Um, hmm, um, yeah. So let's see. Where was I? I was thinking about it, and every year I noticed something new about it. And what I noticed this year was that they, it was that dynamics between the sexes, and I didn't realize. Oh, I'm sorry. So go back, and I don't know if I said this before it cut out or whatever, but the idea that there's always something new I catch in there, and I can't tell if the writers knew what they were doing because it's so tight, or if they had no clue because of how subtle this stuff creeps up into the movie. Sort of what you were saying, along with magic. Um, so this year, I'm watching it, and I started thinking, "Holy cow! This is a display and a it's very much diving into the dynamics of men and women and the relationships between the sexes of masculinity and femininity. And so when we're just talking about some of this stuff, it boggled my mind going through it this year and realizing how much is it Elizabeth? Is that her name? Whatever. The main
That's
female, the
right.
main
But in the film, she's Dory, I believe. But yes,
thank
Elizabeth
you.
Perkins.
Sorry.
Yeah. You're right. It was Elizabeth Perkins, and yeah,
Go ahead. Go
yeah.
ahead. I'm on here.
And so she is very much a woman that is having to operate within. Oh man, let me take on some of this psychological babble that is spouted about on YouTube. But she is a woman that's having to operate in the masculine. She is having to care for her child. She's having to care for. Excuse me. She's having to protect and teach and guide her child. She's also having to prepare and care for her child. And so this is all going on without a man in the picture until the lawyer comes in and he starts participating. And in that, she has to figure out how she can pull back, and he is operating in how he can lead this relationship. And frankly, man, I watched it this year and said, this guy did a bang on job on how to operate as the masculine force within a relationship. He's in there, and he is being kind, and he's being forward, and he's being gentle, and he's being direct.
Right.
And I watched it, and I had never realized that until this year, how good of a job he did within his role in the relationship.
Yeah, I dare say that he is probably the character that I took most for granted over the course
Yeah.
of this film. I'm
Okay.
generally focused on everyone else, although, yeah, he has a remarkable. Oh, one thing I did note concerning his character, Brian, as he is in the film,
Yes.
I don't know what his real name is, but yeah, um, he and this gets into well the other masculine character who is uh, a differing type of masculinity. I don't even know what to call it. I guess he's a grandfatherly figure. Chris
Attenborough.
Kring- Chris Kringle, yes.
Yeah.
Um, but uh, I'm sorry. The two of them are so interlaced in my mind in terms of the theme that I mean to pull out here. Um, I'm going to start with Santa and then I'll scale back to Brian. The most noteworthy aspect of his character that I felt in this film is his legal backing of Chris Kringle, trying to get him, keep him out of the what do you call it, the madhouse that the prosecution wants to put him in. Um, Not only is he Chris Kringle's legal defense, but he is also the guy who is illustrated in the film as essentially believing most in his Santa Clausness, in the authenticity of Chris Kringle's identity. And the reason that matters so much, and again, this is another one of those things that's kind of under the hood in relation to the magical aspect of Santa's character. Um, he seems to insinuate that his existence is really only useful insofar as there is a kind of a critical mass of people on the planet who are convinced that he exists. It's this kind of Tinkerbellish thing. You know, in Peter Pan, if I recall correctly, and I don't know if this is I I don't know if this is in Peter Pan the book itself, or if it's just in Hook. But there's that theme of someone saying that they disbelieve in fairies or whatever. And then she suffers bodily, Tinkerbell does,
Right.
um, for want of faith. And it is a very interesting detail in the film that Santa Claus seems entirely contingent upon the faith of those who believe in him. And Brian he is the point man of faith in this film.
Yes.
And Chris Kringle is superlatively grateful for that faith. And
Yes.
interestingly, so everything pivots around Brian's conviction that this Santa is the real deal.
Right.
And but even then, he's not entirely convinced, as you can tell, until the very end of the film. Um,
There
but
is very much an aspect of hope in the midst of it.
It's like a faith, right? Like
y-
he's believing things which are not seen, which are true. Like he doesn't have full knowledge, but he's
yes,
walking that
yes,
path.
Yeah, and
right,
that's throughout the movie because if I remember correctly, when the folks from the oppositional store are first talking with the original Santa that got tossed out, when they're in the bar, if I remember correctly, in that scene even there's a foreshadowing in that when he puts the money down, there's a quick zoom, almost like a micro zoom on "In
yeah,
God We
yeah,
Trust."
absolutely. I only noticed that on the second
Yes,
watching.
yes.
Yeah, yeah,
If I may say something to just round out Brian's picture um as the point man of faith in this film.
yeah.
And this is all to piggyback on what you said about him being a an excellent masculine example. Um, there there's an interesting detail, and I can read the direct quote, which I have written down here. Okay, so this is when Dory, uh, Kringle's, he's without a legal defense.
Yeah.
That keep him out of the slammer, and Dory calls up Brian and appeals to his faith. Interestingly, and she says, "This isn't about Coles. This is about a man who's had something very wrong done to him. Somebody you care about, somebody you believe in." Um,
Okay. Yeah.
it's an interesting moment that I expect you guys will recognize this in your own experience. As a Christian, what I find very remarkable are those occasions when I've met with unbelievers, people who are like, yeah, that God stuff, that Bible stuff, who the hell cares about that? But then they find themselves in some sort of a bind and they'll appeal to you for prayer. Shockingly.
Yeah.
It's an odd phenomenon, but
Yeah.
this is a moment in this film where basically that's what's taking place. Dory is appealing to Brian, saying, "Hey, look, I know, I don't really buy into all this, but look, you do. So do something for this man." And I found that an interesting detail. So anyway, one of you guys can take the mic and riff on that, or
Abbott, we haven't heard from you in a minute.
I really do like that. Whit made a good point that Brian really isn't the focus of the film. He kind of keeps this like stoic, um, kind of the remains as the father figure under the grandfather there, but he doesn't steal the spotlight. He keeps kind of this background role, even though he is in the forefront of some of it. Um, he doesn't steal the spotlight, but he's always kind of the ultimate support for the family, being kind of the youngest man, having the vigor and the energy, but he's also kind of the rock that is able to navigate the murky waters, right? Kind of the grandfather with the representative of the older tradition, the older ways, isn't fully able to understand the modern world and how to work in it, and he's been born into it, and he's been blessed to be able to understand it and to be able to navigate those waters for the other characters and provide not only a way to prove Santa and take care of him, but also to be able to build that family unit by lifting the burdens of the mom there and kind of giving the little girl the Christmas she's always wanted, you know, being able to give her childhood back by being that father figure and being that strength.
You guys there?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. And I guess Wit's coming back in a minute. What else can I say? Um, I really like how the the Santa Claus character, Miracle 34th Street, there is he tries his best to be in the moment with each character. Going back with the little girl with the sign language, right? He's got all these other stresses. He's worried about all these other things. He's trying to, push the toys and do different things to keep that role. But he's ultimately focused on the individual. He doesn't lose sight of what's most important, and he seeks to help the little people around him. Focused on the moment, right? The mom's there, and she's like, "Well, she doesn't speak English. She only does sign language. You can try to talk to her a little bit, and she'll nod along." But he's able to reach that person where they are, in her own language.
Yeah, that
Are
scene
you
was
back, Panda?
interesting. What's that?
Perfect. No, you dropped out earlier, but I'm glad you're back. Glad it's working good.
That scene was interesting growing up because we grew up where multiple members of our family were deaf, and then also multiple members of our family were deaf interpreters, and so I can remember watching that, and then all of a sudden it being like, oh no way, Santa knows sign language, that's so cool. And then what I have heard, and I was trying to find this earlier, I was trying to find a good source for you guys, and I couldn't find a good source. But what I've also heard is that Attenborough learned sign language, and the girl that came up there, the deaf girl that came up there, she did not know that he knew sign language. And so all that joy and all that, like, oh, that's so cool, is because it was a completely unexpected thing.
That's very interesting.
Yes. So I don't know if it's true. Like I said, I couldn't find a good source on that. I will say, let me figure out how to phrase this. So one of the aforementioned people in my family that was, or is rather, a deaf interpreter, um, or interpreter for the deaf. There was some when she went up there, as it was expressed to her, was actually, never mind. We're getting into the weeds. We're gonna cut that one off. I'm not gonna go down that road because it deals with the deaf community and how there was some spiciness. Some people embraced the movie, and then there was some, anyways. So yeah, sorry, that was went down a tangent that I decided not to finish. Anyways, so I'm a big fan of the movie. Now, there's a couple of tidbits that I wanted to jump on, and then I also wanted to jump on what I think is another one of the major themes within the movie. And so this was the first year that I also recognized that this is a story. You always know that with Dory, it's a part her. She is one of the major players in this idea of faith and belief. And what I thought was interesting this year is I don't want to read too much into it, but there is this constant picture that's being shown of her having believed and that belief having failed. And so this is a picture of her one more time opening up to the idea of belief and making herself vulnerable and saying, okay, I'm gonna do it again. And the major ones that we see where this happened was one, when she got married, and we learn later on in the story that she married a guy, and then he started drinking, and then he just took off. He
Right.
took off, and he didn't care for her. And as a quick timeout within this segue too, it's rightfully so. We look at Nala and we look at these other e-girls who now have found God, and we're just saying, we say, I don't know, man. I don't know. At the very least, there needs to be some sort of awareness when we're engaging with these people. Awareness that it could just be another grift. Awareness that, holy crap, they just came to the faith. Maybe we shouldn't be shoving a microphone in front of them and asking them, well, what should the church be doing?
Right.
And so that's going on. And then there is also, and again, I think rightly so, there is a trepidation to dealing with single mothers and towards raising other men's children. And I think that trepidation is correct, but that line is thin, and it could go very quickly from, oh, you're just being a cuck, to you're kind of being a jackass, and you're not allowing redemption to be a part of life and of
Yeah.
what Christ is accomplishing here on earth.
Right. To show my hand concerning
Yeah.
things, I would say that if ever I see people err, they err way too hard towards cynicism
Yeah.
with these things, and don't allow sufficient room for the possibility to actually communicate it to people. And I mean, yeah, there. In fact, just today I was on X in my own little insulated sphere, digging on MGTOWs because I really despise that just totalizing black pill attitude. Um,
Yes.
the cynicism, which death of one's expectation that anything good or redemptive can in fact occur in people's lives. I mean,
Yeah.
what you're doing essentially is you're saying that Saul could never become a Paul, and of
Mhm.
course, the scriptures do not communicate that, right?
Right.
In fact, opposite. Now we can understand those to be comparatively rare cases, but they do occur.
Right.
So yeah, anyway, I won't say anything more on that. But you touched a nerve there that I think about quite often.
Yeah. Well, because I think it would be too easy to go into this movie and just quote the MGTOW lines, quote the red pill lines, and you would miss everything that the movie is offering, which I think are valuable fruits, valuable ideas. And so again, I think the initial trepidation is correct, but that that awareness cannot be you have to war against that being a vehicle for you never embracing anything. In some ways it's the same thing that Dory's doing with her blocking out of relationships that can impact her in a negative way,
Right.
and saying one more time, no, I'm not gonna engage in this. So uh like I said, the father of the young girl leaving, that's probably the most blatant one where faith is crushed. But what I caught this year too, he's gone. Presumably his entire family's gone. There is no impact. There is no impact on this family's life, which means when her daughter says that, well, we only say grace when my grandparents are around,
Mm,
that that story's her family. That's the life that she grew up in. That's the life that she was a part of.
right, right.
And so she had, if not an actual, this is getting into, again, I don't want to read too much into the story, but at the very least, she was culturally Christian. She was nominally Christian. This is the life she grew up in, and that God failed her. That God that God let her be tossed aside to where she had to care for her child. And so that was another one of those issues where it's like, holy crap, this man is coming in and he's establishing order. When Brian comes in and do we say grace in this house? Well, not unless my grandparents are here. May I?
Right.
And it's just, oh, it's this beautiful picture which works hand in hand with her over the course of the movie, over the course of the film, saying, am I going to go down this road one more time? Am I going to experience faith? Am I going to follow into the unknown, into terra incognita? Am I going to allow myself to not know what's coming? And so I appreciated that, and then
All right. I don't know if anyone can hear me. If Panda dropped and I'm the only one left, I don't know. I'm gonna leave and come back. We'll see what happens. Oh gosh. Oh, there you are. I'm not
Hello,
speaking.
sir.
Yeah,
Gosh,
you guys hear me? Oh, it's working again. Okay, sorry, sorry.
It wasn't your fault. Yeah. So the second big one, because I think we got through the entire conversation of faith before it dropped out.
Yeah,
But then the second big issue in the movie is one of inversion and how it paints, it puts all these things up front, and then it asks you to participate in the inversion of things. And we recognize the inversion if it's not the truth that the movie is asking us to believe in. At the very least, it is this chasing after this pursuing of what's best. And so an easy way where the movie's putting it front and center is you've got the fired Santa, and he's on the road. He's harassing Kris Kringle, and he says, what is that you got a thing for the little ones? And when you think about it, why would an old man have children come and sit on his lap? What good thing could be going on with that?
I certainly hope that's a rhetorical question.
Well, it is sort of rhetorical. But what I mean, and this is what I mean by inversion. The reason, okay, a woman could never fulfill the role of Santa. A woman could never fulfill the role of Father Christmas. The reason being is that attitude of nurture and of pouring into children is her whole existence already. And so it's not to say that she doesn't sacrifice, but it is to say that is a continuation already of her role, and a continuation of that most obvious role. Whereas with Santa and with Father Christmas, what we're having here is an old man, somebody who doesn't have to pour into children and is operating and has the ability to operate independently of them. He doesn't have to depend on those children. And so it is this idea, this going and sitting on Santa's lap. It is this idea of what trying to figure out how to put this across correctly and to
like a
not be.
grandfather almost, right? Where there's like that relationship of trust
Yeah,
established,
it
like a
yes,
protector.
it is trust, and it's even more so. And it's there is this man who is capable of doing the worst things, and you're putting yourself in a position where you are capable of receiving the worst things, but that's because the most good is occurring, which is to say the old man is providing for those who are coming up. He is it's kind of that idea when Lucy is talking to Mr. Beaver, and how does she phrase it? Is Aslan safe?
Right.
And he says, no, of course not. There's nothing safe about Aslan, but he's good.
Yes.
And that if we miss that part about Santa, then we're missing what is going on in the story of Santa. And so I don't. All I'm trying to say on the whole sitting and laugh, and that's I don't want to get bogged down in that. Um, but I do think that is a super easy picture of that idea of Santa. The idea is not safe, but he's good.
Well,
Yes, go ahead, Whit.
I would your your Santa with a sword is especially not safe,
Yeah,
right?
Oh yeah.
Uh,
right.
so that's another wrinkle. But I do find it interesting what you just said about um, to to put it bluntly, the potential molestation aspect
Right.
that's brought up. That is itself, I guess, another one of those little details where I guess you're yielding your children up to an occasion that's, I suppose, potentially dangerous, but also has the potential for something extraordinarily good. And
Right.
in relation to what you said earlier, not just extraordinarily good, but in a way majorly surplus. As you said earlier, the the maternal presence, and this is true, statistically. If ever kids, I'm not certain to what extent the legal system here in the United States is responsible for this exclusively, but I expect even if things weren't slanted against men when it comes to custody rights and that sort of thing. I would expect that throughout history, if ever kids are ditched, they're ditched with their mother. And so, one of the most, um, I suppose, baseline sort of par for the course expectations of a child is to have your mother near. Now, to have your grandfather near, that is majorly surplus, at least, especially where I come from. My parents shot out from the Midwest after college, and my grandparents uh, were in the Midwest, always dislocated from where I was in Washington State, and so they were very much surplus. They were especially special. Let's put it that way. Um, but yeah, what you were saying about this being something above and beyond what is what's expected or typical. Par for the course is the way I already said it, but I think you've got something there. It's kind of unnecessary, uh, but that's part of that's from whence part of the magic of Santa is derived.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. And so it is that. No, we've covered it well enough. I think that idea comes across, and that's sort of what I mean by inversion. In that it is in this doing doing something that in all other cases. But see, it's dangerous to phrase it that way because I don't want people being led like lambs to the slaughter. But there are occasions and times and frankly ideas more than anything else. There are ideas that to embrace them is
Requires
an
risk.
opportunity. Go ahead.
I was simply saying requires risk.
Yeah.
Is that is that kind of
Yeah.
fundamentally what you're saying?
To some degree. To some degree. Yeah. So, and
Uh,
I think this movie does a wonderful job of making that clear, but then also not beating you over the head with the idea.
Yeah, that's a theme. Well, I mean, risk on the part of Dory. That's
Yeah.
much more self. But what you just said about the sort of risking one's kids with Santa, I had not considered that as just another way in which that theme of faith and perhaps the riskiness of faith is demonstrated, illustrated. Um, I I have something in relation to Santa. This kind of taking a hard right. But it bears relation to the central kind of who is Santa in this film, and how is he illustrated? If you guys will permit me to, if you were going somewhere, by all means, go there, go elsewhere.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, well, this um, Santa's self-doubt I find particularly interesting in this film. He experiences kind of this identity crisis. Am I really needed? Do people want me around? Um, he seems to indicate that Dory and her daughter are kind of what do you call them in the science world or social sciences? Um, Not test case, uh, an individual case, which is representative of a greater body of people. There seems to be some indication from Chris Kringle that if I can't make these two place their belief in me, then perhaps I'm done for. Perhaps I just need to fade to the background, go wherever old forgotten gods and deities go or whatever. He doesn't say it in so many words, but he experiences this crisis. And oh gosh, there goes Panda. Um, all right. What was I saying? I was gonna simply put it to you guys, because this seems to be a fairly recent phenomenon, a sort of postmodern uh deconstructing one's heroes attitude to take, which ordinarily I would feel misgivings about, strong misgivings. Like, oh, I don't know. Here's a silly example, but perhaps it illustrates what I'm getting at. Jesus Christ Superstar. I believe the fellow who presents that, the producer, the director, whoever contrived the whole story. I think I heard him say on an interview, what we're trying to do here is present Jesus as like, he doesn't say just a man. He essentially is saying like just a dude. What if we just kind of sucked out all of the miraculous from the gospel story and we presented Jesus as this kind of two-dimensional individual? Um, that is kind of an illustration of something, a habit in more recent media that I find um, annoying. It's this desire to disenchant every hero or positive role model and cast them in the worst possible light. I was surprised by how much I was taken with this this theme of Santa's kind of crisis of identity and self-doubt. I did not think that he was being treated like, um again, this is probably a poor example, but it's the first one that comes to mind, like Jesus is in Jesus Christ Superstar, trying to suck out all of the magic, all of um, the supernatural in a way, and cause a hero who's ordinarily confident under most or all situations, and instead present him as a super flawed and not particularly desirable individual. Um, I did not think I didn't get those vibes from what was going on here. I wanted to hear how you guys felt about that theme, which is very prominent, particularly toward the end of the film.
Well,
I
I
hope you
really
get.
like that take on it. That it is ultimately kind of a deconstruction. But I do like that it stays, and I think that's the difference. Is it stays respectful, and it still maintains his, like you mentioned, his magic and his like the miracles, basically, that he's able to embody. And I think that it also kind of brings out the human element in that Santa's this legendary figure and he does all these things, but ultimately he's one of us. And I think that's why it hits home so well, because it shows his humanity, that he's trying to find himself and be useful and continue to evolve with the times. That's probably not the best way to put it, but find his place, right? Just like all of us as we go through different changes in the world these days and different challenges. Oh, we have to continue to change how we approach different things. You can look at the dialogue with the Zoomers. We were talking about MGTOW and how they're having a terribly hard time in the dating market. My heart goes out
Right.
to the young folks. They can't approach it the same way anymore. But there's still a lot of those core principles that they can pursue and strive for. And I think the same thing's kind of here with Santa, as he's encountering, people that have lost belief, but being able to rekindle the Christmas spirit in those around him.
Yeah, so deconstruction's sort of an interesting way to put it. And the big thing in the movie that I keep going back to is that orderly who first takes Brian up to him when he's in the not the sanatorium. What do they call those places?
That's fine.
Yeah,
We know what you mean.
sure. Okay, so he's there, and the guy says, I don't know. Maybe he's got a few screws loose, but doggone it, I'm forgetting exactly. But the gist of it, the gist of the quote is that, well, if he wants to say that he's Santa, then God bless him, because
Right.
the personality of Chris has shown through in such a way that that's not a step too far. That's not a step too far for the orderly. And one of the things that I was thinking about when you were talking about this is, and I'm trying to remember, I don't think it was N.T. Wright. I can't remember where I heard this quote from, but it was this idea that there's going to come, particularly if you were raised in a Christian household, there's going to come a point in your life where God either gets bigger or God gets smaller. And that is what happens in deconstruction, and that when you come to something that you've never experienced and that you don't know how to deal with, either the God that you believe in is going to become bigger and he's going to conquer that, and all he has to do to quote unquote conquer it is to be a God that is big enough for you to continue to believe in, and to say, my understanding has grown, and I see him if not more, I see him greater. Or it's, well, obviously God he's not what I was led to believe, he's not what I thought I believed, and he is incapable of dealing with this. And so that idea of God becoming greater seemed to me to be very much the last third of the movie, where everything, and I think you were talking about this, maybe inadvertently to some degree, back when you were first talking about it, Whip, but that idea that in the last third of the movie, what the understanding that folks had about Chris and thought they knew about him, it just continued to expand and to grow and to gather more hope and more trust and more
Yeah.
faith.
Right.
And so, yeah, I will say though that I'm still kind of scratching my head on that idea of the God that questions himself. I think that's an interesting concept that I hadn't really thought deeply about, because he does go through that moment, and I'm not entirely sure how to place that within the greater argument. Very
No.
interesting.
Yeah. Just to say perhaps more explicitly what I meant. You see in the scriptures that uh, what is it? Psalm 89. No, perhaps not there. Anyway, you see God used in a more broad sense than meaning the one true God. So when I use that term, going where, old forgotten gods go,
Oh yeah, yeah,
um,
yeah.
leaving the scene, I did not, by no means at any point in this film do I get the sense that he's meant to be an actual stand-in
No, no,
for
no, no.
the God of the
Right.
universe. I do, however, find it very interesting, and this is kind of a Dante-esque thing that he
Yeah.
does. It's also a Lewis sort of thing to do. For instance, you find Santa Claus in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, right? But he's kind of he's a lesser deity. He's just another one of these sort of inexplicably magical and powerful individuals within Lewis's world, and no one's going to confuse him with Aslan or whoever Aslan's father is. I forget how that's expressed in.
Right.
It's been since I've read that entire series, but in any event, uh, Dante wants to weave in gods from various other mythologies into his tale with Virgil, and no one confuses those deities with the one true God in
Sure.
his stories either. And so that's the same vibe that I got, that in this world presented in the film, this is a world that quite very explicitly toward the end of the film, and I'd like to hear what your guys' thoughts are on the judge's final decree, and how he comes down to make his final judgment concerning Kris Kringle. But within that frame, you have very explicitly appealed to a god who is quite obviously not Kris Kringle, not Santa Claus. No one confuses the two. And in this world, the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny, they also exist, and they all kick it somewhere. Which, I mean, again, like I really love those touches because they're so very gently done throughout. And again,
Yes.
the expression that keeps coming back to me is it's under the hood. All the magical stuff
Yeah.
takes place behind the scenes, and I find that very artfully
It's
done.
the
Oh gosh, are we losing Panda again? Can you hear me, Abbott?
Yeah, if I can hear you there, I think we did. Like the world building that kind of goes on there by alluding to the other characters, and that Santa is not some lone anomaly, right? That there are multiple of these kind of like lower G gods, or kind of like spirits of some kind, great spirits
Yes. Uh-huh.
of American mythology and stuff, that, and kind of Christmas European mythology too, that kind of still exist in the land and are sustained, maybe not by kind of the trope is belief you'll find in a lot of these modern Greek retellings, that it's the belief that sustains these gods, but it's almost kind of like the purpose. If they have a purpose, if they have a meaning, if the children still need them, they'll be there.
well that interaction with the people around them, and with that giving wisdom in a muted sense, but in a sense that people can see, in a sense that people can follow and discipline their lives to emulate, I think is very much a part of Santa. And that's why I talk with people, and I will say, um, depending on who you're talking to, this will really get their eyebrows up. But when we're talking about Santa, we have to think of him. I It's a hill that I will nearly die on, but I am convinced that when we talk about Santa, what we're doing is we're talking about a type of Christ. We're talking about a Christ-like figure. We're talking about a Christ in the arenas that he affects. Not as in Lord of Lords and God of Gods, but in the same way that Moses was leading people, in the same way that, let me think of somebody else, that Josiah called back his people. Let me think of somebody outside of the Bible. Okay, well, Dagum, Henry V was a type of Christ. Any king at their best is a type of Christ, is leading the people, is pouring life into the people. And frankly, I think when we get our heads wrapped around Santa in that way, then we understand what's actually going on. That's almost the foundational point to understand what's going on when we talk about the giving of coal, when we talk about the keeping of the naughty and the nice list, when we talk about the corrective attitudes and exercises that Santa can bring into a situation. It's because he is a type of Christ, which will be hit on another one of these movies if we make it to the rest of them.
Right. My question still stands. What do you guys think of the judge's declaration and the logic employed to arrive at his ultimate determination?
So for me, that scene, and I didn't remember it, but I didn't remember doing this, but this year that scene fell a little bit flat for me. In that I understand how the judge got there, and I think this is just the legalist in me or whatever saying, well, that's not really a cogent argument. Because he said that they couldn't disprove Santa, and because they couldn't disprove Santa, obviously the state of New York is going to rule in the favor of Kris Kringle being Santa Claus. And that just felt kind of
Well, you're wording it wrongly, because that's not where the final decree. They don't decree him to be Santa Claus. They just say we can't decree him not to be. Essentially, I'm pretty sure that's a necessary element of what's communicated there.
Well, see, and I think that's what threw me wrong. Well, because so he makes the whole argument that we can't prove whether there is or isn't God, and so we can't prove whether there is or isn't Santa Claus, and because we can't prove it, we're going to say that it's found in the person of Kris Kringle. I could have sworn that was his judgment.
Well, again, I've only seen it twice with Sense in the past week, and you've seen it.
Yeah, but if you did it twice in the past week, maybe I am off my rocker.
What did you think, Abbott?
I'm trying to remember, but I do remember it being kind of a little bit goofy, like, and not goofy is probably not the right word. It's probably like it didn't seem like necessarily following the legal code 100%. Kind of like, well, we're gonna let slip this loophole here because technically we can't do this or that, and but it was almost kind of like a mask off moment, in my opinion, where the judge, to me, the whole thing is kind of like a ancient tradition versus modernity, and by going out there and calling out how ridiculous modernity and our laws have become, even as far back as this movie was made, it kind of puts the onus on modernity to justify itself. And modernity comes out and says, you know what? Ultimately, true wisdom says that our legal code and our way of necessarily defining what's true and false doesn't work. in many of these cases, and this is one such case. And the judge kind of has that. Maybe it's a little bit of the touch of like the wisdom of Solomon to come out and admit that. I think with that ruling.
I'm pretty sure I
something.
just found the script.
Okay.
So
Do you?
let's see.
I've
It's
got something
it's
to.
a yeah.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm just going to dog ear something that Grenfield just said that put me in mind of something else. But you say what say your piece. You're perusing the.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a dollar bill. It's going to be returned to her shortly. But by presenting me with this bill, she reminded me that it's issued by the Treasury of the United States of America and it's backed by the government and the people of the United States of America. Upon inspection of the article, you will see the words, "In God we trust." We're not here to prove that God exists, but we are here to prove that a being just as invisible and yet just as present exists. Federal governments, the federal government puts its trust in God. It does so on faith and faith alone. It's the will of the people that guides the government, and it is and was their collective faith in a greater being that gave and gives cause to this bill's inscription. Now, if the government of the United States can issue its currency bearing a declaration of trust in God without demanding physical evidence of the existence or the non existence of a greater being, then the state of New York, by a similar demonstration of the collective faith of its people, can accept and acknowledge that Santa Claus does exist and he exists in the person of Kris Kringle. Case dismissed.
Now that's very weird. I think what I got hung up on was what's said concerning God right prior to that, where it goes
Yeah.
both ways. He says we can't determine one way or another, but then
Yeah.
that's where the logical disconnect is when he goes on to say, well, as for Santa, he emphatically exists. I lose track there.
Yes. Yep.
But I
And
think
that
see it. I think that's a declaration to go back a little in that script bit you just read. That whole business of collective faith, that is a huge theme throughout this whole thing, and
yeah.
it's another detail that I wanted to touch on because again, it seems to be Santa's presence at all in this world seems contingent upon that collective faith. You know, he
That's
expresses him
interesting.
as it's somehow being necessary that people believe in him for him to have any purpose at all in this world. And that's where the identity crisis occurs for him.
Yes.
But to bring it back to what Abot just said about sort of a decree made by Solomon, which I'm assuming, Abot, that you were at least gently referencing cutting the baby in twain, for instance.
Right. Yeah. One of those.
Expected official determinations. I was put in mind of what Jesus has to say about the Sabbath on one occasion, but which is, I think, it's possible to extrapolate that to a greater principle. The Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath.
Okay. Sabbath.
I think the greater principle there is, rules and whatnot. In this case, in the case of the movie, we've got these, this organization of judicial logic that is meant to bend toward justice on the part of those who come to the courts. That those rules were made to facilitate the life of the population that the institution presides over. I'm stumbling over words here, but I'm getting to a point. One way in which Brian argues, and I wanted to ask you guys about this because this is what immediately precedes that ruling on the part of the judge. Brian poses this question. He says, well, okay, essentially, let's just say that all this Santa stuff is totally fake. let's say it's totally unreal. It's all bogus. Well, would you have me? And I think I have the direct quote here, or something that approximates it. He says, you know, are you going to make a ruling in favor of a truth that draws a tear or of a lie that draws a smile? And there's something embodied in that expression that depending on your interpretation of it, either goes totally against the grain of the themes, the presiding theme of collective faith being a positive thing, and of the reality of Santa. It cuts against the grain of that. If you interpret it to mean that, um, yeah, why don't we believe in some nice lies that make us feel good and facilitate existence in this world? Um, I don't know. In my mind, I had this kind of intellectual connection between this idea of what Jesus says about, and I'm kind of redefining it again, expanding it outward from the Sabbath to just God's law in general. Were these made for man, or was man made for these rules? Are these stories? Are these mythological concepts? Um, were they made to facilitate life, even if they're false? I don't know, there's a kinda connection there that perhaps you guys can suss out, that I think I'm articulating poorly, but it was just something that occurred to me when you mentioned habit.
Well, here
No, I
come
appreciate you. Go ahead.
go for it, Abbott.
Sure, sure. So I remembered, I forgot the part about the kind of the American collective belief in God. And what I was thinking of is that final concluding speech that Witt was referencing there, where it was kind of, I didn't like that necessarily either, because Jesus teaches, leave your family, come carry your cross and follow me. Take the hard truths, right? Even if you don't like them, even if it's
Sure.
not the what you want to believe, you try to do what he wants you to do. And so that one kind of I didn't like so much, but I do think that the judge kind of seeing the truth of things, and his speech was a lot better than I remember. That was great, referencing kind of the American founding and our founding principles founded on God, ultimately a Christian God. I know they try to reformat everything, and oh well, the founders were kind of agnostic, and just because they didn't go to a certain denomination or whatever doesn't mean that their God was not, Christ and his Father, right? As we know that they talked about. And ultimately that belief and carrying that through with the spirit of Christmas, as Santa being a messianic sacrificial figure, for me was really the icing on the cake, kind of the best way to close with some of that wisdom, like just a little bit like Solomon.
Yeah, I thought you bring up the collective. That was good. Actually, I had somewhere I was going to go, and then I totally forgot where I was headed with that. But
Well,
that was something that, yeah, go for it.
I was simply gonna pose once again my question more pointedly. What did you think of the, truth that draws a tear versus,
Ah,
a lie that draws a smile?
I don't like that line. I don't like it because and I don't know if this is the low church evangelicalism that still has, remnants are found in me. Um, I don't want I don't want anything to do with a lie unless, oh man, unless I absolutely have to, and I am so utterly convinced that that lie will bring more glory to God than the truth will. And having said that, for For my first Tolkien reference of the night, tell me how Lord of the Rings is a lie. You know, it's kind of like that. So, oh, it's goblins and it's wizards and so. Okay, well, tell me where the lie is in everything he wrote. And so, for me, and maybe this is a maybe it's cope, maybe it's the whole laughing laughing to myself, whatever. But it's just not. It's not a frame that I would even begin to put Santa in because the idea the idea itself is more true, or maybe not the idea of Santa, but the principles and the beauty that's found in the idea is more true than most things, frankly. Was that clear as mud?
Yeah, no, you ended up touching on something that I had written down. Actually, there are two citations, one that I hadn't written down that just occurred to me. I run in these art circles on X. I've got a number of mutuals, and there's a quote that every now and again comes drifting round perennially from Pablo Picasso, of all people, who I generally dislike. But um, I do enjoy this little quip of his. Art is a lie that tells the truth. Um, so, a very rudimentary, simple example. For instance, these Renaissance.
That's no good.
Uh-oh.
He was about to hit on something good. Oh,
Yeah, that
maybe
was
he's
going
back.
to be perfect. I want the Pablo Picasso quote.
Yeah, art is a lie that tells the truth. So you've got paintings, which are essentially
Can you do
colored.
the quote again? Whit,
Oh,
I didn't hear the Picasso
oh,
quote.
I'm sorry. I dropped off that early. So, art is a lie that tells the truth, is the quote from Picasso. Um, and And I it's something that I generally agree with. That, for instance, fantasy fiction that the panda was just appealing to um, from Tolkien. So yeah, did that story occur? No, it didn't. Those characters, they never existed. But they're there as embodiments of something worth communicating, something true that's worth communicating. So there you have an instance of a lie that tells the truth. And I was going to go to a much more rudimentary example when it comes to painting. When people learn to draw and paint perspective, you've got the sense of depth and whatnot. You've got a whole world, but what is it? It's a canvas with mud on it. Um, and so, yeah, it's fake. Essentially, it's all an illusion. But ideally, it would communicate something that is worth communicating, which is ultimately the truth with a capital T. And this comes back to my first interview with you, Panda, about what should art ultimately do. And my simple answer, the simplest way of saying it, is it should communicate um, something about God in the same way in which God's created universe, as Paul says in at the start of Romans. All of this stuff presents God in so clear a light that men are culpable for not believing in him, because it ought to be obvious from all of his created works. And so our art ought to reflect that. However, our art, I think, will always have this tinge of a lie of it. There's this kind of illusion making aspect of art that I think you need to reconcile yourself with as an artist, particularly if you're, you know, fundamentally interested in communicating truth with a capital T or God with a capital G. But to cite one quote that I thought of in relation to this whole uh, truth that draws a tear versus a smile, um, in in John Keats's Ode on a Grecian Urn, a handful of stanzas lead up to this final punchline, where he writes, "Beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all ye know on earth, and all ye need to know." And so there is a sense in which, and I fundamentally agree with this, it could be bent out of all proportion, and made to mean something that I don't think it should. But I think at the heart of that expression from Keats is something fundamentally true, that all beauty communicates truth after a fashion. And elsewhere he writes, well, I won't try to poorly cite it, but he writes, this is a continual theme in Keats, the degree to which beauty communicates truth. And in these mythological constructions, like that of Santa, even if it is a lie, and you could get back to the historicity. In fact, that's a detail that we haven't touched on. There's that bit where the minister is called into the dock and questioned by the prosecutor. And then he gets into the historicity of the Santa figure, Saint Nicholas. You're curling your lip. Perhaps you dislike that panda, but yeah, I'll stop talking now. You have the sense of what I meant to communicate. Everything that I thought in relation to that expression of Brian's, concerning tears and smiles and truth and lies. Did Panda drop off again? Can you hear me, Abbott? I don't know. Maybe I'm holding it down myself now. Oh, there you are.
Hello.
It's still coming. Yeah. Oh, all right. We're coming back into focus here.
So
I got to
Here's even I'm having a hard time here. Sorry.
Go ahead, Panda. Respond. I mean, that was all I had to say.
Yeah. So here's one for you as I'm thinking about all this, and the idea that, oh, what's going on with Abbott? And I think, did you say that all art is a lie to some degree?
Or yes,
that might have been going.
I would go so far as to say that. Yeah, there's always going to be this kind of illusion. In fact, I knew a guy, I was very close with him, who had worked in Hollywood, and he was an actor who played in a B film, which I won't name, but he had been kind of close in the Hollywood zone and knew a thing or two about it. And he, of all people, said one time something that I'll never forget concerning the nature of movies. He said it's essentially the form of art, the medium that is most perverse, most twisted, that most communicates a lie because it twists time. And somehow he felt that to be among the greatest lies that a work of art can communicate. So while he had participated in it, he also felt it to kind of be deplorable, on account of that illusionary aspect of the way in which time is misrepresented, collapsed, however you want to say it, jump cuts, scene cutting. You have this, but of course you have that in books too. It's just not quite as, it's not presented quite as clearly. But that's one example, at least in that medium, of a lie, a way in which that particular art form twists the truth considerably in order to communicate something that, hopefully there's something redemptive in films, and that's what we're here to discuss. We obviously think that this can all get thrown out, but yeah, I would go so far as to say that all art is, at least to varying degrees, a lie. And even the best art that communicates the greatest truth made by will always have this kind of illusionary aspect to it. And you just kind of have to have a sober mind about that.
Yeah. Well, and that's so where I wanted to head with that. And I like how you finished that off. You have to have a sober mind with it. I don't think it's reductionist. I don't think it's too reductionist. You know, in my mind, the meta narrative of art, and frankly, to some degree, we could say this about vocation. We could say this about architecture. We could say this at any point when someone is trying to create, they are working with the medium, and I don't mean this literally. I mean, well, you'll see what I mean by the meta narrative. They're working with what was given to them. They cannot create, and this goes into some of the AI stuff that Abbott and I were talking about. I think you were in there as well, but just the idea that man can't actually create. He can create with the tools he has. He can create with the creations that are already in front of him. But he can't create out of nothing. And
Right.
only a God can do that.
Yes.
There's nothing new under the sun, right? Everything is kind of an imitation or a transcribing something that has been before. Even our unique thoughts, right, that we
Yes.
come up are some kind of conglomeration of
Right. The colors that we use and the pigments that we choose in a painting only matter because they were already created. And it's our creations are an expression of how we're interacting with what has already come before. You know, color theory existed before color theory was proclaimed.
Right. I guess I hear the set concerning math, for instance,
Yeah.
all of the fractions that add up to what we call mathematics broadly. That was all there. That was just waiting to be discovered. That wasn't those
Yes.
ideas originally manufactured in the minds of those who first communicated them. Pythagoras, etc.
Yeah. Yep. And so I think that is again going back to Brian's statement. I don't like it. It causes me to bristle. But I think there is a truth that he's hitting on in there, and that, and frankly, I think you framed it this way too, that there is life that is being given, and that has to be acknowledged, and that has to be considered when we come against something. So, very good. having said all that, gentlemen, where are we at with Miracle on 34th Street, the 1994 edition? It sounds like a solid cozy to me.
No way, man. I'd put this up top, particularly. You're just. I want to say something that occurred to me before we even got on the stream. Going back to criteria for this list, like what precisely is it that recommends a title for S tier, etc. And at I believe on the very first stream in this series, one of those details was the degree to which you want to watch one of these features on a yearly basis. And And it sounds to me like that's absolutely your habit. I don't know why, again, unless you're being modest, you would propose cozy, Panda, when that's your attitude toward this film.
There
Are
was
there
no modesty. I was just being facetious.
okay, okay. I
Oh,
we didn't get only two flaws that I find in this film
Yes.
before to content ourselves with S tier, which I would still recommend for it. Um, but I found rather if ever there's a sin that I feel to be unpardonable in a film, it's a kind of forced emotionalism. And I had a difficult time with the song montage right in the middle after the populace is encouraged to come out for Santa and we're all gonna clap and
Oh my
flood.
goodness. Yeah.
It,
Yeah.
it hurts,
The
man. And
joy to the world medley thing. Yeah.
yeah.
yes, right. Um, so in spite of that, and in spite of the crowds in the street, once Santa is
Post
declared.
verdict.
Yes, exactly. Those are the only times that I cringed in this whole film, but those were pretty superficial blemishes, given the grand scope of this film and the degree to which I did feel that it very aptly treated on some profound themes and was very artfully done, like I said, several times throughout this. So yeah, I have a hard recommendation for S tier, and I'm sure Abbott does too. But let's hear your apologia, Abbott.
Ooh, that was a good point. I think, if it was a musical or something, it would fit better. I I almost feel like that was part of the time, and that just it hadn't aged well in that respect.
Yes, yes, that's a very 90s thing to do, I believe. My
To put
parents,
the even just one in there, yeah, one song.
well, yeah, not just that, but the kind of everyone stands and claps and you're supposed to feel this general uplift, but it always feels forced to me. I grew up in a household where my parents would always cackle to themselves if a movie ended with a standing ovation of some kind because it was such tripe during that time, such a repeated kind of bullshit way to try to kind of put a nice bow.
Acknowledge, yeah, yeah, that
Right.
something was good, or it's just like expected, right? Even if it wasn't a great performance, you do it anyway.
Yeah, yeah. It's the I don't know, the happy ending thing to do, I guess. Yeah.
I can picture. I know what you're talking about, and I'm trying to think of other.
Uh-oh. Panda's dropping off. Can you hear me, Abbott?
I can hear you good. Yeah, I must
Okay.
be thinking of another example. I can't quite think of one, but they're
Well,
there. I'm sure if I
th-
spend a few
well,
minutes.
they're absolutely there, but generally the movies are so that you wouldn't want to watch them again anyway. So
You're done. You're that's enough for me. The standing ovation is my break. I'm done.
yeah, yeah, right. Um yeah, it's just such a tropish, stereotypical thing of the times that, well, again, a superficial blemish that we can ignore for the sake of this tier.
Fair enough.
Yes, I think it's definitely maybe not quite as good as It's a Wonderful Life, but it's definitely a contender up there near the top of S.
Right. You guys have greater familiarity, and so I won't, because I probably do like and feel that it's more rewatchable. The Family Man, I would put it under the Family Man, but I can understand you guys have greater familiarity and kind of nostalgic value tied up in this film, so it won't pain me if you put it wherever you feel up there.
So I hate to put it above the Christmas Carol movies, but I couldn't exactly explain why. And I do think the ideas in this movie are huge.
I would totally
I'm
put them myself. But then, what's that first one?
Yeah,
Muppets?
yeah.
That's the. See, I know next to nothing about that, but I would totally put it above Scrooge. I think it's
Yeah.
more done, and I think the themes are just as worth exploring, if not more so. I mean, it's a deeper film on the whole, I would say. Um,
Yeah.
here's a little detail.
Shockingly so. Like it's
Yeah.
very much. Oh, I think you said under the hood, and I like that idea. It just
Yeah,
you don't go into it expecting to be hit with all these different themes.
no,
So
not at all.
I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for them getting married in the house and all. Like what a subtle and beautiful way to, they had the whole loud stuff at the verdict and the courthouse and all that, but just that evening wedding and then the building, and it all just comes together, and it's like, oh, that's fun, that's good.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on this, and this was something I thought of just before we came on, that a less artful movie would have ended with that ovation out there in the,
Yes, yes, okay.
and the fact that this film, like, that would be a near fatal flaw to me. That would, like, if that punctuated the artfulness of the entirety of the rest of the film, ooh, that would leave me with a real bad taste in my mouth. But the fact that it has that much more gentle, easy resolution slope at the end, a much more personal touch, uh, that really saves it from, I wouldn't say that it would, it's in danger of the rubbish bin, but like I said, that would be a real sour taste to be left in my mouth
Yeah.
at the end of the film.
Well, I think that too. I know we got to wrap up on Miracle on 34th Street, but um, I've spoken before and I've written a little bit about how you can't have purely spiritual or purely material. There has to be a bridge. There has to be a connection between the spiritual and the material. Uh, Otherwise, it's it's sort of it, as in whatever concept, whatever idea, whatever function, whatever object, it's kind of meaningless in its relationship to us unless it is spanning that divide. And so I loved that this did it in the way of they decided to get married, and her pay raise allowed them to get the house, and gee, I wonder how a baby brother could be coming about.
Right.
But there is also, what were the outside influences, and doggone it, here's the second Tolkien for the night.
Yeah.
It's the very end of the Hobbit, and it's Gandalf talking to Bilbo. Do you really think it? Because Bilbo, he says, well, I guess the old prophecies came together in a manner of speaking. And Gandalf's there, like, do you really think that they just happened to occur? It just happened to have happened. And because of the life you lived, you can look back and say, well, I guess the prophecies came to fruition. Or were they coming to fruition in the midst of all of this? And you couldn't see it. And so I love how they showed the bridge. And you had to say, was this material? Was this transcendent? And there is that tension in there with the divine.
Yeah, right, right. As a side note, I like how there was a kind of decorousness, a kind of decorum with which the sexual themes were treated, which I appreciated.
Oh, that
Um,
was lovely, wasn't it?
Very
yeah,
rare, very especially today.
extremely
I'm t-
rare.
I,
That Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say, that's another one of those under the hood aspects
yes.
of the film where it's there, it's a real presence, but it's treated very, uh,
And that is another
civil.
one of those areas that I did a piss poor job of when I was trying to argue Brian's masculinity. it's ah, yeah, it's there, and you know it's there, but it doesn't have to be built on. And I think he did a great job of exercising not chastity is not the right word. Virtue.
Restraint.
Yeah.
I'm going to allow this to be a preview of coming attractions. Something I have to say concerning White Christmas. But yeah, I would describe it as a woman modestly dressed. The curves are evident. The body communicates something.
Yes.
Does so in such a subtle fashion that it need not be and yeah, this is another preview of coming attractions from last night. Sargon of Akkad had a rant concerning this, again, another one of these perennial themes: women in their tight ass outfits in gyms causing trouble. So he was treating on this theme of
Even
modesty
in
of,
public, it's just gotten ridiculous. I was at Costco the other day. I don't mean to go on a
yeah.
big tangent. It's just wearing
I'm
like,
here for it. I'm here
totally,
for it.
look, I got to keep my eyes way above, like, what are you doing? This is public, and you're walking around with your kid, like she had a little bit baby, and I'm like, what are you thinking? That's crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm using this as a picture of the way in which sex was treated in this film, which was, I guess, modest would be the best way of communicating it. But
Yes.
yeah, like a woman modestly dressed. The sex is there. You don't, like, there's no question about that, but it need not be all up in your business, you know? It need not be glaring. Yeah. Decorum. Decorum is a good word for it.
No, that was great. That was great. All right. So we have gladly thrown it in S tier. Good. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. Abbott, had you seen it before?
Which one?
Miracle on 34th Street.
Miracle on 34th Street? Yes, many times.
Okay, good. Yes.
Yeah, see, I hadn't until this past week. So anyway, I continue to be grateful for your recommendations, even though uh, these films that we have remaining, we've kind of reached the bottom of the barrel, and I can tell just from some of the trailers of these films. I have only seen one of the remaining films, so I will largely hold my peace until we get to White Christmas, whenever that is.
Okay. Well, here, I'll make it easy. Abbott, have you seen 8-Bit Christmas?
I have not seen that one. I think I've seen
Okay.
clips, but I don't think I've
So
seen the whole thing.
I'm going to take this. I'm going to throw it. Uh, no, as a Christmas movie, it does go in front of. It goes in front of Just Friends, and I think you could put it in front of A Christmas Story Christmas. You could also put it behind. What it does well is that it's back to that father idea, and what part does a father play in Christmas, and what role does a father have throughout the year that makes his involvement in Christmas, and frankly his leading and his guiding towards Christmas, something that is good. um for well, I'm not going to fight that fight. I guess we already fought that fight. I was going to say I'd put it in front of Rankin Bass, but that's fine. We'll leave Rankin Bass there. uh However, the problems with it is, frankly, the movie is too long. They could probably cut off at least 10 minutes. They could maybe even cut off 20 minutes, and it wouldn't hurt the film. It would frankly make it better, because the
How
pacing at some points is just sluggish.
how
and
long?
and how long is it? I want to say
Yeah.
it's roughly an hour and a half. It's really not a long story. I might be wrong on that. I don't know. If Let's see.
Now
8
remind me
bit.
the
Yeah,
premise.
so it is. The premise is more or less a father.
Oh no, Panda's dropped off. Abbott, you still there?
I'm still here.
All
It's
right.
when that
Well,
suffering, that's the worst time.
let me see. I forget your You're a wee bit younger than I am. I remember the Christmas on which I received a Nintendo, and I think that's the eh, that's a major component of the premise to this film, if the trailer is any indication. Um, let me see. You're much more of a gamer than I am at present. I can tell that much. What was the first console that you were the proud possessor of?
I remember, and I'm trying to remember if it was the original Game Boy or if it was the Super
Oh,
Nintendo.
oh,
But
really?
it was
Yeah,
one of
that's
the two,
What that you got or that's in the movie?
that I had, that I
Gotcha.
started with in my youth.
Yeah.
yeah. We were trying to reminisce thematically while you were gone there, but
Very
you can
good.
take it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's just it's a father that's reminiscing with his daughter about what it meant when it was 1986 and the Nintendo came out and how that affected his life. And it tells a story that has sort of a twist ending. And the twist ending is the one where it's like, oh, okay. And like I said, a big theme in there is the role that a father plays, and what's the greatest thing, what's the greatest thing in life. Is so it's a simple story, it's a good story, but from a movie standpoint it's definitely commercial. It's not a classic, but I'll watch it. I'd be willing to watch it most years. I don't know that I'd watch it every year, but yeah. So that's where I'm at on 8-bit Christmas. Do you guys ever, let's see, Abbott, which ones have you seen? I know Whit said he hasn't seen any of these besides White Christmas. So if there's any that you haven't seen, I'll roll through those real quick.
I've seen White Christmas. What's that first one on the list there?
Let's see. We've got Love Actually, Klaus, Prancer, and White Christmas.
The Prancer one. I haven't seen the Prancer one.
Okay. So this one was actually funny to me. I guess I should start in commercial. Um, Prancer, the first time I saw it, did not like the movie. Didn't like it at all. I just thought it was tedious. I rewatched it this past week in preparation for this stream, and it was a completely different experience. Now, the movie is not great, but I think the movie suffers from tone a little bit, and it's sort of it's going one way and then does a quick right hook at the end, and it's like there wasn't enough build for that. And so I have some issues there, but I will also say if you want sort of a picture of the 80s and 90s in the Midwest, man, this is a great movie for that. Overall, I would either put it in high. No, I'm going to put it in low cozy. I was shocked by how much more I enjoyed it the second time around, and I wondered if the first time around I was suffering from the way you described it a couple weeks ago or so. That idea of you're watching it for the ending the first time. What was that?
That was C.S. Lewis's concept of narrative lust. You're watching, you don't know where it's
Yes.
going. That's largely what you're consciously occupied with as you're moving through the story the first time. At least, um, well, uh, not always, but some stories won't even grab you. But you'll only really know whether you're dealing with quality literature or cinema when you return to the work, and you're not. There's no chance of then being driven by that same lust attitude
Yeah.
toward the narrative because you know where it's going. The question is it artfully done at that point? It is
Yeah.
it are there redeeming qualities apart from just, a story that kind of drags you through it, curious as to how it's going to end?
Yeah. I will say so. This one, whereas the other movies were focused on, well, so the one I just talked about, 8-bit Christmas, it was on what role does a father play. The Prancer is that as well, But whereas Christmas Story Christmas and 8-Bit Christmas are guys looking back and saying, what role does a father play? Prancer is about a widowed father taking care of his kids and what that means in the life of, in particular, his daughter and how she's able to relate to him or not. And so I thought that actually hit on different levels this time, and I appreciated that. It's not a great movie by any stretch, but I do think it's a worthwhile movie every few years or so. And for me, I will also say some of the bias might have also been the snow-covered Midwestern grounds and just this slower. It's just a different kind of life, or at least it was. Now I think Prudentialist has hit on this, and it's a profound idea. Just that, in parts of Texas, you can have kids riding their horses to high school and then tying them out on a hitching rail, but going up there, they're listening to Little Nas X or pick whoever, Olivia Rodrigo. I don't even know who's popular, but
Gosh, that is a wild juxtaposition of things.
right? Man, I think the first time he said it went over my head, and then the second time I was like, oh, holy crap. So, yeah. So I do like Prancer. I could say that now. Let's see, Abbott. So you haven't seen Love Actually or Klaus then either?
I remember something about Love Actually, like after 9/11, and it's like a bunch of
Yes.
love stories or something connected.
Oh yeah, you got it.
And it's
So
been a long time, so I don't quite remember kind of the Christmas message of it. Besides
there isn't
kind of the
one.
couples, yeah, there isn't one. Maybe
Hey,
that's
quick
Yeah.
question. What relation does it bear to 9/11?
So they use it as they use Christmas as a contrast to 9/11. And so if 9/11 was the most horrible thing to have happened to us, we had to believe that there was still love in this world. And it's got like, I don't know how many different love stories. Let me also see. Let me see if I can bring up a good picture of the box, because that'll help us with
It's got the lovely what's her face in it from
Keira
Pride and
Knightley.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that's
That
the worst Pride and Prejudice. No, I don't know if it's the.
Oh, well, yeah, no, you've been pressing me on that. I really dig the 2004, 2008. It might be 2004. Pride and Prejudice with Keira Knightley. I do believe, particularly when it comes to the cinematography, it is among
Yes.
the films in existence. So far as I'm concerned.
See, and I need to go back and rewatch it. She is one of those actresses that I could just get a kick on, where I hate everything she's in for a minute. Kirsten Dunst does that too, where it's like, I don't know, maybe Kirsten Dunst, in fairness to her, she probably just plays her character so well that I just end up hating her, because she's been in some movies that, you ever seen Melancholia?
No.
I
In
hated
fact,
that movie.
I can't even picture Kirsten Dunst. That's not a name that I'm acquainted with. Who in their right mind would choose Dunce as their punctuating screen name? Um, they're
Well, it's
Hollywood.
no, it's the way I'm pronouncing it. It's Dunst. Dunst.
Okay, well, still, that's flirting with disaster there. Yeah. Anyway, I don't that name either. Who is she?
Okay,
Go.
I'll pull her up and just, well,
Yeah,
let
that's
me
fine.
pull her up real quick.
Nah, let's talk about this. You're okay.
Okay,
Don't let me back you.
so Love Actually, and it has some good ones in here. Actors and actresses. I mean, of course, I love seeing Alan Rickman, and then Liam Neeson's in here, and various folks. You got him in here. Well, speaking of Pride and Prejudice, Colin Firth is in here. Uh, anyway, it runs through, not simply. Oh, what am I thinking? Not just romantic love, but it also runs through different sorts of familial love and friendship love. And it is a montage of all these love stories that happen over the same Christmas season and that are by and large tied together incidentally. Having said all that, it's super well produced. The pacing is tight. It's a wonderful movie from a aesthetic and production point. And I hate this movie.
It looked contemptible in the trailer. In spite of what you just said, it looked good. It looked like a great looking film
Yes,
with
it is.
that also happens to be contemptible. So yeah.
Oh, I hate this movie. I despise it. It's just vapid. It's thin. There's there's nothing there, and it kind
Oh no, Panda going
I'm
again.
losing it.
Abbott, you take the
It,
torch. What do you want to
it's
say about?
it's like he's saying, where it's not really a Christmas movie. It almost reminds me of calling something like Eyes Wide Shut a Christmas movie, because they have Christmas at the end, and they try to throw in a little bit of like they choose Christmas cheer, but it's skin deep because they let their kid be taken away,
I was
and
really on a roll there when that connection went out.
go
We
for it.
can pick it right back up.
It sucks. No, so one of the things that pissed me off with the movie is they really think they're sly. They really think they got you with some of their inversions and subversions. And so part of what's going on in the different love stories is they actually don't show him up. Who is it? Who played Bilbo? Was that Martin Wiseman or Martin? Ah, you know who I'm talking about? The English actor that was in The
Sure.
Hobbit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he's in here, and I forget who the actress operating opposite him is, but they're both porn stars, as best I can tell. They don't make it super clear, but I'm pretty sure that's how you're supposed to understand them. Is they're both porn stars, and they don't kiss until the very end of the movie, and it's beautiful, and it it is a sweet little love story between the two of them, and yet it's like, come on, guys, like it's this wink and nod, like, see, guys, see, it's really about love. It's not about sex, and it's like, yeah, we get it. So there's that going on. There's the two guys that have to question, like, well, are we gay? Yeah, let's not put a name on it. Which actually, I have to backpedal a little bit on that one. I kind of appreciated that one because you can read it in two different ways. You could take the pro LGBT and say, like, yeah, they're gay. You can also step back. So here's the back to Tolkien. Do you guys remember how Sam and Frodo became the heroes of the LGBT?
Oh gosh. I
Uh,
recall conjectures and mostly just people talking shit and gassing about stuff that
yes,
it's absolutely not there, but
talking out their ass about a guy who wrote this 80 years before them and didn't even have a framework to. Well, I don't want to discredit him. I'm sure he was aware of this stuff, but
I mean
It
it's
so
wasn't
like the
yeah,
public
it's
consciousness at all.
yeah, and they're reading into a story what they want to hear.
it's like the backwards compatibility contortions made of the whole LGBT thing on like David and Jonathan. Just like
Yes,
I-
exactly.
idiotic conjectures, anachronistic conjectures that bear no relation
Yep.
to what's actually going on there. But yeah, go on.
Right. So there is a little bit of that. And then Liam Neeson's and so I yeah, with that particular love story, if you want to read it, the one way. It's like, yeah, not here for that. If you want to read it in the other way, that it's just two grown men that are saying, we're we're kind of done with life, and we're just here to spend Christmas with one another in a non-sexual way. Well, that was kind of cool. I don't know. You could go either way. And then the last one was, Liam Neeson is this trying to figure out how to be this great stepfather to a kid after somehow the mom dies and Liam Neeson's character keeps the kid rather than the kid going to his biological father. I don't know. It just, I don't know, man. I'm not
It's
making good arguments. The movie sucks.
yeah, it's I I alluded to Eyes Wide Shut while you were gone there because they include a little
Okay.
Christmas thing at the end, and there's this thing like the couple makes up, but then they let this kid go and be taken by the cult, and it's I don't know, it's they're trying to tie a little bit of Christmas in to throw it in there, but it's ultimately
Right.
like anti Christmas movie. That one's probably worse. This one's not quite that level, but it's trying to use Christmas in a way that's not like it's a Valentine's Day movie, It's
Yeah.
not really like family love. It's kind of these strange romantic, you can argue Liam Neeson's final one, trying to take care of the kid, maybe, but
Well, and so that's what I will say. After everything I just said, what gets confusing is I might leave this in commercial over sucks.
Well, can I propose something? I
Go for it.
Again, having never seen it, I can't say whether or not this is the case, but the way in which Abbott
Yeah.
is describing this thing reminds me of, and I probably couldn't name them, but I know there are other films that I've seen where Christmas is just kind of a sentimental garnish that is placed on
Yeah.
top of a film, which is really, substantially about something else and has nothing to do with Christmas. But kind of like the standing ovation trope at the end of films from the
Yes.
80s and 90s era. It's something to throw in there that's kind of a feel-good thing, and so
Right.
that's perhaps the only reason for its presence. So I was going to say that if in fact it's really that way, perhaps this is the first film that we could drop down and DQ'd because that's I don't know,
Actually,
that's a
I think that's
disqualifying
totally fair.
disqualifying detail to me. If it really bears no relation to the main themes of the film, then it's not a Christmas film, is it? It kind
Yeah, because the other part too, the other part as well on Elf and Rudolph is that we said that they were actively
of
fighting
subversive.
against Christmas.
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh-huh. And I don't think that's what I don't think that's what Love Actually is doing. Honestly, I think they are trying to. Yeah.
Make a Christmas
Anyways,
film where there is no Christmas. I don't know. I
yeah.
kind of like the DQ for this one.
No, I think that is a good call. I think that's the right call. Okay, so then we'll jump into Klaus. I'll be quick with this one, then we can get to the good stuff.
Excellent.
So Klaus is the least Christian movie you will ever watch.
Is that so?
Nope, that's not. That's nope. I did that in reverse. Excuse me. It is the most non-Christian movie you will ever watch.
Oh.
Especially when it is um, in reference to Christmas and Santa Claus and all that. From a movie standpoint, there's some slight stumbles in there. One of the really fun things, at least I thought it was fun, is Dagum. Norm Macdonald. This is his last film that was released while he was still alive.
Wow, I did not see that name in the trailer. And
Yeah.
that's wow, that's an interesting location for the film to be in its own personal chronology.
Yeah. So it's the final one that was released while he was alive. His character is funny and pretty standard fare. Kind of smarmy and smart ass wisdom in the world, but still fun. But yeah, Klaus it's this lovely. It's like it takes the ball of Santa and it tries to pull the thread and figure out where that's coming from, where the ideas came from, what is being achieved in this. And I'm here for it. I love it. I think they did a respectful job. I think there's also an argument to make that it is the most European Christmas movie to have been made in a minute.
I didn't see the year on this. What year are we in?
2019, I believe, is when it was released.
Oh wow!
Actually,
Okay,
it might be later than that. I'm
that's
not sure.
interesting. I I don't recall seeing anything about this film until I watched the trailer
Yeah.
a couple days ago, and the couple things I'll say about it, one good, one bad.
Yes.
One superlatively good. I found the animation style very attractive.
It is.
Very distinct from anything that I've seen. Which production company did this? Which
It was. This one was. I want to say it's a small one out of like a
That's fine. You look
South
at it
America or something. Yeah.
while I'm saying what I'm saying here. I found the simplified.
You want to
Uh,
go?
oh, hey Abbott, perhaps mute yourself.
Sorry,
You
I got the kids there.
kids,
Let me get it on.
yeah. All right. I found the simplified forms very elegant, and the comparative lack of textures. And it bore some relation to what they call in the video game world cell shading. This very gentle gradation, in combination with some really impressive lighting throughout the entire trailer. I will say that this was I found myself enamored with the aesthetic right away. And what I did not find myself enamored with, and what caused me to lay it to one side in favor of something else, was the hyper quippy kitty back and forth snappy dialogue that looked to sum it up in a word, overused, but cringe stuff, mostly for its kind of frenetic jumpiness. Now perhaps that's
Did we
not.
lose? Okay.
Oh, am I dropping?
So
Am I
it was for, but that might have just been on my end.
I
Good
think it,
connection tonight.
yeah, man, I think Panda is losing it there. Um, so I guess I'll just keep saying,
Still hear you good there. I've heard you good the
yeah,
whole
yeah,
time. So.
yeah, okay. Hopefully he's coming right back. But to finish what I'm saying, um, to appeal to another film that gosh, it's so lauded, and this you guys will perhaps think me blasphemous in saying so, because this film is so lauded in the as far as animated kid flicks go. But uh, The Lion King. When I went back to try to watch it the last time I did, which was in my the first year of our marriage, like 18 years ago, um, I was appalled at how rapid the cuts are. Like some of those songs and whatnot, it felt loop-de-doo. I felt insane watching it, on account of the rapidity with which you're presented, with this kind of hyper stimulating stuff. I found it nauseating. I don't really feel any inclination to go back and watch The Lion King. And let's just say that this trailer of Klaus put me in mind of that same sensation. Just this like persnickety, hyper quippy back and forth dialogue stuff. It just, I don't know, looked mind numbing, and so I felt no inclination to watch. Again, I don't know if
So
the trailer represents the film, but go ahead.
I think it did. I think it did a poor job of presenting it. I think it's actually a much deeper film than that, and a much slow is the wrong word, but dense, maybe a denser film than
A more
what the
thoughtful,
trailer
a
was
more
presenting.
yeah,
Certainly,
a more thoughtful pace, hopefully.
yes, yeah. Um, Having said that, it is a kids movie, and so there is that sort of pacing, and there is this sort of there there's a B plot that's going on in the background that doesn't it nearly detracts from the and that is probably a lot of what was being shown in the trailer.
Is that the postman or
No,
the
he is the A plot, but then there's a B plot based on the area in which
Olaf.
he's trying to set up a postal service.
Oh,
And the B plot is just it's kind of there for laughs. It's kind of there to have some heavy action in different spots. And it's really I think it toes the line of detracting from the main story. But having said all that, I do think it's absolutely worth a watch, and I think the ideas and the magic of Christmas that it's trying to get to are very much worthy. And I would take this guy, and frankly,
you
I
don't do
would
it.
put it. I might put it before Fat Man.
Oh, I thought you were gonna shock me by volunteering it for S tier.
No, no, it's not S tier.
I wanted to ask because it seemed like what I saw from the trailer.
I
What
mean,
hap-
I am gonna put it. I am gonna put it in front of Fat Man.
I think that's a good
uh,
spot.
yeah, it better not top Die Hard though. So you minded your P's and Q's there when you
Oh,
sneak
I'll still give that one to Yancey. He did he did a good job.
I was simply going to ask if it looked from the trailer like one theme in this film is the sort of humanizing of Santa. Would it be fair to say that
I think I would actually go the opposite way.
or
It well,
the mythology kind of trumping him up?
um,
Gives
okay,
him
so no,
kind
maybe
of
it is
a
what you were saying.
status.
What so the gist of it is that it explains in part the mythology of Santa. And it's an original story. There is sort of this interesting weaving that it does with European cultures and what was the grounding, what was the material grounding for Santa Claus. And it does all of this without any reference to Saint Nicholas of Myrna. And so it I think it's relatively creative in the way it goes about that. And I think it is it gets to a point where it's what is the history of somebody or something, and unless there is a church or a collective that is guarding these foundations, uh, and not necessarily as in the negative, but also in the positive, in the proclamation of these are the myths. This is the history. Let's celebrate this. When that's not there, then it is sort of this question of, well, could it have been, or does that at least fit the picture? Is this Santa, even if it's not Father Christmas, even if it's not Chris Kringle or Santa Claus or any of the various myths. So I think it's a worthy watch. I think I think would I do it with kids? Yeah. Not that there's really anything objectionable in there, but I guess what I'm trying to say is would kids catch it on the same
Is that
level?
worth their time? Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah.
No, they never do though.
Right. And as I said it, that is something because we've all talked about how whether it was Christmas Carol or Miracle on 34th Street or whatever. It hits differently when you're older. So very good. Yeah, I would heartily recommend you guys check that one out as you have that. And maybe you'll hate it, but I think it's worthy of at least one watch. And that brings us to the greatest Christmas movie that ever there was. Irving Berlin's White Christmas.
It's a pretty
It
great.
has to start out in commercial just for it has to. All right, who wants to? Abbott, you want to lead us on this one?
Why don't you lead us, Panda? I can do it, but I think you've got a special connection with your background on this one, being in the military and all.
Yeah.
That's
sorry. It's getting late. I'm getting tired.
It's very generous. It's a very generous offer. I gotta come in on third on this one.
Okay.
Do you?
Well,
Take us off, Abbott.
I will start us then. I was actually introduced to this one by my wife. And I didn't watch it growing up. I didn't see it until we were married. And it was probably when we were dating, I think. So like a little over, almost a decade and a half, give or take. But yeah, it was just I couldn't believe it. I'd never heard of it before. And I really liked the casting. And I really liked that, you had this old washed up guy and he's having a hard time. And he had his glory days with his battalion and how they're able to come back and support his hotel and his dream and be able to keep him going, but also pay those respects and kind of bring back some of that honor that he's lost, kind of going into retirement and trying to deal with civilian life after his long career. And just having the whole crew come back, and the songs I think are really good. The romantic plot does a really good job, and it fits really well with the Christmas themes that it intertwines through the whole thing. So it is top tier, one of the very well put together, grounded. Like it feels like something that could really happen. Despite some of all the crazy subplots and different things going on, it really feels like these are real people, and this is something that you could see kind of a group of men that had gone through, combat and hardships, come back together and support their old leadership.
I appreciate that. Whit, go ahead, jump in.
Well, I wasn't really expecting this to be potentially the most contentious of all of these selections. Because it sounds like, well, I won't even say what it sounds like from Panda, but Abbott, I'm gonna have to differ considerably. I felt very lukewarm about this film. I watched it between yesterday and today. I did not watch it twice. I watched it in half chunks just because that's how my schedule worked out. And I guess that communicates some of how how little committed I
You
was to
felt about it, yeah.
yeah, that I could just drop it right in the middle between the 2 days. But let me have a look at my notes here. You mentioned, let me offer like perhaps a more crystallized expression of the story arc.
Better summary.
Like not my strong suit, but it begins with the men in we are in World War II, correct? Not one?
Correct. They had wrapped up World War II. Yep.
Yeah. So it begins with the men in the field and putting on a play. The general who's responsible for this group, you called it a battalion. I don't know. I'm too ignorant of military language.
Either.
Whatever the clique is, the general, he is my favorite character in this film, and I will say that he is a worthy personage around which to have the plot pivot. So he occupies a proper spot. I was not too terribly thrilled about the romantic hanky panky throughout that comprises sort of the main storyline between two fellows who I said I was gonna. This is why I say panda. I'm not good at this. I get derailed. So it begins with men who come back, return from World War II, and then they start this kind of song and dance gig, the two of them, and they end up coming into connection with two other women who are doing the same thing. But these guys have been in the game longer, and the women want to learn from them. And so there is this kind of double trouble romance thing that goes on again through the majority of the midsection of the film, um, where the four of them end up almost by accident landing at a bed and breakfast establishment run by the general in his retirement, for whom the two main guys fought, the song and dance clique. And they find the hotel um, in a neglected state. And so they seek to find a way by means of having essentially a Christmas pageant gig at the hotel to have an opportunity to bring back all the guys, bring back the boys, recoalesce the military clique that they had belonged to in World War II, and have this shebang to get the general's his hotel in back in business again. And again, I actually in a broad sort of way, painting with broad strokes here, I would say the parts that I enjoyed the most of this film was the bro aspect of it. Um, Guys just trying to get along on a day-to-day business, doing business. I've worked on construction crews and whatnot. I've worked in kitchens, working alongside guys. I've never been in the military, but there's this camaraderie aspect of working shoulder to shoulder with guys where there's tension, things flare up, things are worked out, but kind of what doesn't kill your bro relationships makes you stronger. And I dare say that was the most attractive theme I saw throughout. And again, I was never in the military, so I can't say how true to form this is, but um I appreciated the the general getting his due in the end, and the men all showing up. And again, there's something admirably masculine about all of that. Now, all that said, that's the positive that I can extract from it. Well, aside from, and let me say this as a side note, going back to Miracle on 34th Street, um, I really dug the wardrobe selection throughout that whole film. There I don't know how aptly representative that is of how stuff actually looked in New York at that time. But man, even the extras are looking real sharp in the periphery in Miracle on 34th. And I will add that um, there's something about, and I believe this is supposed to take place in 1954, if I recall correctly what I read on the wiki earlier today. So you've got this 50s thing going on, where most notably the women are very poised throughout this whole thing, and there is this vestigial um civilization had not become so stooped as it is now. It's not jeans and t-shirts everywhere you go. It's not the yoga pants and the two
Right.
earlier. Um, you mostly it's the poise, mostly it's the posture. Just the posture alone of women at that time. There's something that there's this dreadful loss that has occurred between then and now, that's very noticeable just in the posture of women. Now, that said, that's the positive side. There was a lot of exposed female flesh here, which got me thinking on another track, in relation to civilizational decline and the lowering of standards, particularly when it comes to dress. People often talk uh, as though things like the yoga pants, the bikini top, gym phenomenon were something that only just now somehow kind of winked into existence, since the innovation of Instagram or whatever. And it's simply not true. The seeds of destruction, in that regard are observable in films like this. Or actually, right, I'm sorry. I said 1954 earlier, and that's the year in which this came out. I forget the precise year that this is supposed to represent on screen. Um, but what I'm getting to here is it just got me thinking about, modesty in dress and the decline that has occurred, which is observable even in this film, like 75 years ago. Um, you can see where all of this is trending. It's not difficult to parse out, and that's a very noteworthy detail, and I would recommend just like exclusively for that reason, even though it's comparatively tame. Um, I wouldn't recommend this for any young man for that reason alone, let alone that I found it fell flat for me, the general narrative arc. Like I said, had I been more invested in the romance, which comprises the greatest part of the midsection of the film, perhaps I'd be feeling differently. But I and then as to the relationship it bears to Christmas, I also felt that to be kind of like, uh, what I was describing earlier concerning films, for which it's just kind of a garnish. It's an aesthetic detail that's applied almost, post hoc to a film. You can imagine the film, even though it's called White Christmas, it's in the name. It just seems to be a useful aesthetic detail to increase a sense of cozy when it comes down to it. And there is, I suppose, this giving altruistic focus, again, when it comes back to the general, so much is being done on his behalf to honor someone in a position of status who has kind of fallen to a lower state, than he deserves. And that's commendable. I find something worthy there, but I don't see it as necessarily being a Christmas thrust. So I guess that's the broad outline of my sense of things. I could certainly elaborate on points there, but I don't think I need to. Panda, what's your take?
Well, be ready to elaborate because I'm sure at some point the connection's going to get haywire again.
Okay.
But it's funny because we're following a theme here. Abbott generally enjoyed the movie, and Wit was a little bit more. Well, actually, I think the phrase you used was you were lukewarm in regards to it. And now we
General.
get to me,
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
and I hate this movie.
Oh,
I I want it buried with a stake of holly through its heart and boiled in its own pudding. This
oh
movie,
man.
this movie. Now, the good stuff. Oh, it's wonderfully shot. It's given the length of the movie, it's well paced. The dance segments, oh, they're amazing. It's big, it pops, and it's absolute garbage. Yes, I appreciate the. Let's just jump into the military thing. Absolutely, there are relationships sometimes that you had in the military that somebody gives you a call post military, and well, and in this case, they didn't even get a call, but you find an opportunity to help. guys that you were with in the military. And especially if it's a leader, if it was your lieutenant, one of your officers, a staff NCO, a man who you saw at heights that seemed insurmountable to you as a junior officer or as a non-rate, when you see those men who are mountains, this is assuming you had good leadership, but who are mountains in your eyes, if for some reason they're struggling, yes, that desire to help and to put them back at the front, because that's where they always led, and to see them be able to grab hold of that's a big deal. When the general gets his letter saying that he's basically being put out to pasture, that's an intense thing. Yeah. Anyways, so the military aspect is one, it's not remotely fake, and then two, it is relatively intense. Having said that, oh my goodness, I'm not really sure where to begin on how much I dislike this movie and how much I think it is beyond even being vapid. I think it's purely subversive. And in fairness to who's the one opposite Bing Crosby? He was also in Hans Christian Andersen, and he's been in lots of it. Regardless,
He looked familiar. Yeah, he looked really familiar.
Yeah, he's in lots of musicals, and Hans Christian Andersen is probably my favorite thing I've seen him in. Now I forget where I was going with that. It's just, it's so stupid. It's so vapid. And where's my dog whistle? It's so rootlessly cosmopolitan that I despise this movie. The dance scenes, jump in, and the dudes when they're singing Sisters, and the
right
the celebration of snow, not because there's anything important about snow, but just because it's this little accoutrement that sits there in the winter season. It has no rootedness in what that snow meant. It has nothing other than bright lights and dance numbers. And what I'm trying to find something to grab onto here other than the military relationships, which we all think are, yeah, okay, that story is a good story, and that willingness to help, but everything that goes on around it is just irksome and garish. No, that's not fair. It's not garish. But it is vulgar. It's this vulgar display of wealth. It's this vulgar display of
oh no, he dropped off.
I hate this.
Oh no, there you go.
Am I back?
Yeah, you dropped off.
Oh, shocking.
No. You dropped off at vulgar display of wealth. You can go on from there.
Yeah, it's a vulgar display of wealth. It's a vulgar display of independence, and it's two guys that what. And this is one of the great divergences that Uncle Ted got to with the daggum stupid Industrial Revolution. What's going on is that we are enabling lives to be lived that have no connection to their place in this life. And yes, it's happened to some degrees, but usually how that happened is it was some dickhead, either firstborn or thirdborn in a royal family, that said, fingers up. I'm not doing this for y'all. I'm going to do it for myself. And so he had the finances and he had the luxury of making that happen. But for the vast majority of people, they couldn't live these independent lives. And there's
Yeah. Hang
reasons
on.
for that.
Yeah, I'll play the devil's advocate here for a minute, because what you're looking at in this film is, I mean, these are these are kind of hyperbolic lives. Of course, they're rootless in Cosmopolitan because of the sort of gigs that the main characters are involved with, and
Yeah.
let me point out that part of the thrust is to settle down in some fashion. Like, you need to get a girl. You need to get married. You need to have some kids. Like that it is set before the main character, Bing Crosby. I'm gonna call him the main character. It's set before him as an ideal to chill out. Uh
By a man who doesn't have a girl.
well, yes, I mean that's almost immaterial, but nevertheless
But it's not. It's incidental to it. All that was a story. It was a giant cash cow to just flop around and say, "This isn't Christmas. All Christmas is it is." I'm not going to say it was intentional in that they went in and said intentionally, "We're going to take a piss on Europe, and we're going to take a piss on what Christmas is." But what I am saying is this story that takes place kind of like Love Actually, but there's a reason I'm not going to put it in disqualified. But
ooh, see,
there's
I would do it, but go on.
oh, I would not. I that no.
Because you think it's got to go and
I
suck.
think it,
Uh,
I think it was wonderfully subversive. I think it was beautifully and intentionally subversive.
But
Now
you
I'm not
guys are
going to
making
go
good points because
yeah, I want to
to
hear from Abbott. I want to hear from Abbott. Like, he needs the floor to set something against what you're saying here, Panda.
because I don't know if I want to like defend it a ton necessarily because it is referring to like a better time, right? Before, like we can see the seeds of the problems coming to fruition that today we're reaping what that generation sowed, right? We're finally bringing, and that's kind of the seeds of the boomers, right? Where they had the post-war boom and they have all that wealth and they're able to do these like they're able to live their dream careers, right? And they don't have to worry about the house is going to cost too much or the car, I'm not going to be able to afford the car or whatever else. Like they get everything served up on that silver platter. But they still like there's still a little bit of seeds of like you mentioned where they're trying to build families still. They're like, well, you need to get married, you need to build families, even if the other guy's not doing it yet. They haven't forgotten it quite as much as when we look at today. So I don't know because hearing
you're
pandas on it, I I'm like hypercritical. I love my boomer parents, and there are a lot of good boomers, but there are so many bad ones, and they have created the uh, the hellscape that we deal with today, and there's no accountability for it. And they'll go back and be like, if we just live like these guys did. But when you mention the seeds of the problems we're dealing with, you can point to all of them here in some of this lifestyle. Even though there's the good, but it's like the good we hold on to it today, right? And that's what I see reflected in it. But when you dig deep down and you look at our societal problems today, you can point back at a lot of the women entering the workforce during World War II, right? And then that becoming not only like it becomes almost a necessity, right? If you want to be able to travel and have vacation, do a bunch of different things, that it's a big sacrifice to have a stay-at-home mom when back then you could do whatever you wanted. Um, and it's just when I hear you guys bring up those points, it starts to like it gets me because I just I'm very critical of that and bringing up Ted. and going over some of these where you have it's a generation of jester kings, right? Because they're kings, they've inherited the American Empire at the height, at the very height, and they're just a bunch of clowns. The entire generation is just do whatever you want and free love and no responsibility, and they get into old age and there are just so many that are just a huge burden, and they'll tell you, well, I worked for this social security, I paid for it, and you're a welfare case on everybody else right now. Everybody else is supporting your lifestyle, and they can't understand that. But someday when things break down, it's going to be on the rest of us, and I think there's not going to be a whole lot of goodwill coming to the people that said eat, drink, and be merry, and do whatever you want. You know, I
Right.
sorry for the tangent there, but
No, you're good, and I appreciate hearing it. And the question is like, how do we relate that back to what was going on in media? Did you guys grow up with the Brady Bunch? Obviously in syndication, but did you guys enjoy it?
a little bit.
I don't think I cared that much about it. Again, I was mostly a gamer, and I could care less about whatever was on the telly.
Sure. Okay, so just
Wise
out
man,
of
wise man.
curiosity, do you guys remember why Mr. Brady no longer had a wife?
I don't.
No.
Did she die? I don't remember.
She did die. She did die. Do you know why Mrs. Brady was available to marry Mr. Brady?
Uh, don't tell me it was divorce. That couldn't have been
Okay.
popular enough to be a motivating factor there.
So, as a matter of fact, there were certain showrunners that wanted to push the idea of her being divorced and make that canon. However, the higher crew at ABC said the public wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, that's
It's
that's exactly why I thought it wouldn't have been the case, because it just didn't seem like it was right. Exactly what you said. It seemed like the cultural climate wasn't equipped to take that just yet, because it was still sufficiently conservative.
right. And so that's where I'm going with that, is just to say that the elements that okay, so the Brady Bunch is 24 years, excuse me, 16 years, 16 years ahead of this movie. And we're already seeing the people that would be creating the Brady Bunch, or at least having an input on it, trying to push the envelope, trying to get certain ideas in front of the public. And so, in my mind, the only reason those ideas weren't in front of the public is because you still had the moneyed elite coming out of WASP families and heritage families that said, no, that's not going in front of us. And the only reason they could say that in the 1970s and even to some degree in 1954 is because of the various obscenity codes that had to be enforced on Hollywood, because as soon as Hollywood could get it where they could get two people naked in front of a video film, that's where they were at.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Um, I'm gonna make a plug to a book that came to mind, which on X I've been known to recommend on occasions. It was a real eye opener for me. I forget who the author is. It's a comparatively short volume, but extremely dense in terms of tracking. Well, okay, let's start with the title. It's called Christian Modesty, um, and the Public Undressing of America, and it traces this um, this sliding scale, this slippery slope that we've been on for basically 100 years, which initiated with swimwear in the fashion industry. And that was the tip of the wedge that there was this kind of symbiotic relationship between the fashion industry, swimwear specifically, and Hollywood. And so there was this incremental stripping all the way through the 20th century. But again, it began with shared swimming spaces, which I think had its origin toward the end of the 1800s. But then big business came in, and there was this curious concerted effort that led to, well, again, half a century later, 1954, where we find this film hitting the silver screen. You see the degree to which things have decayed already in terms of modest wear, as we've been talking
Well,
about. But
and,
it's
and
broad. Yeah, go ahead.
well, I was going to say, and I would. One of the things that I would also add to the argument is it's not even that the English or the Germans or the Dutch, it's not that they had never seen a breast. It's not that they had never seen a thigh. And obviously, I'm not talking to you two. I'm talking to the notional out here. Don't bring up Weimar, because that's not German. Anyways,
Yeah,
uh,
anomaly.
so some dickhead's going to do it. Anyways, it's not that Europeans had never seen breasts or never seen any of this. One of the arguments that's going in here is that once Hollywood grew up, there was an intentional sexualization of the female form and of male and female relationships. And what I mean by that is that obviously you is it clear before I break this down for 5-year-olds, does that make sense? We were able to interact even if, oh Lord God,
Like the
gee,
Michelangelo statue, right? Going back to like classical art,
yeah, well, and
roosters,
it didn't. Yes,
transformed
and
to.
if you happened to come up on the creek and the girls were there, not only did you not have to grape them, you may or may not take a peek. And even if you did, it still wasn't this. It wasn't as nearly hypersexualized as a particular group continued through the media of film to imply that it was. To the point now that people that have been inundated with film, with media, are incapable of even conceiving a world where
Panda, you're dropping off. Right. They're incapable of conceiving a world. Presumably, he's going to say something about, well, a world wherein modesty is policy, presumably. Um,
Right. You look at like pornography addiction and how that skyrocketed across the whole world now. Have you heard the story of the Amazon tribe? They got the internet.
yes, I have heard this stuff, and it all seems kind of predictable, but it's also it's shocking to hear about because, yeah, ugh, right.
it's
Yeah.
inconceivable these days
Yeah,
that
yeah. Go ahead.
no, it's fine. Well, it's just to use an old dangerous harsh word, an F word. It's inconceivable to people nowadays that given the opportunity, people wouldn't fornicate till their dicks fell off. And that whole framework, that hypersexualization, comes from particular parts of the world and particular people groups that can't seemingly operate outside of that narrative. That wasn't
Right.
us. That doesn't have to be anyone. And yet, for some reason, they chose to foist that upon us. And because every people group has its own strengths and weaknesses. We decided to lap that up like dogs and to take it hook, line, and sinker. And this White Christmas 100% played into that.
So that is where I saw what could be construed as subversive. The primary place that I found it to be most glaring. Presumably, you've got a list of other items. I like what you said about snow, and you know, I said right up front that I didn't that I would DQ this thing probably because I did feel like it was just sort of this bow, this sentimental bow to put on top of an otherwise not Christmas film. Um and I like what you said about snow being just kind of a meaningless sprinkling on top of the film as well. Just an aesthetic detail that it's there for the sake of the warm fuzzies, but there's no symbolic value to it, I guess, to
Right.
say it's yeah. So what other ways do you see subversive elements throughout the film?
Sure.
You said that
So the the sexuality of it is that's the most obvious.
yes.
But then the other part is it wants you to be cozy apart from a traditional Christmas, apart from a European Christmas. And so the snow here is totally devoid of meaning. The the European heritage of America is totally devoid of anything. And so, "Oh, but we're Americans." Okay. And what does that mean? That means we were an outgrowth of English colonies, not exclusively, but primarily. Foundationally, we came out of English colonies. And there still was that special relationship between us and Britain. Something that's not on display here because, and this is the cosmopolitan, that's my primary frustration with this, even more than the sexuality, is how rootless and cosmopolitan it feels. There, it has no. Vermont is just Vermont. And shoot, where else were they? Was it South Carolina? Am I on crack? Was it?
I think that was mentioned.
Okay.
I forget where they
Yeah,
were though.
I forget where they
Oh,
were, but that's the part. But that's part of it too, right?
That's the whole
It
point. Yeah,
well,
yeah.
yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. Is who cares where they were from? It's just this moving about. And so when so this goes into other stuff that's been cropping up here in the past week. But when we move about as if the states have no meaning, then the very idea of a union of states or a confederacy of states or a nation of many, it has no meaning. It's globo homo on the North American continent. Excuse me, North American continent.
No, that's good. I like your application of that term, the globo homo aspect of the rootlessness, that this could conceivably be taking place anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It, yes,
And
meaning
the snow is incidental. The very fact that it's Christmas, outside of the context of Christmas means giving, Christmas means life, which comes from Christianity, which comes from Europe, outside of those ideas, it's just ich. They're trying, they are taking what was already here and they are trying, and this was very intentional at this point in history, to say that see all this good stuff about Christmas. We don't really need European understandings. We don't really need Christ. We can have all this, and it just becomes meaningless. You know, there
yeah. I was
was
simply
a
going to ask if this is among those films um, that we've talked about Elf and Rudolph, where you felt
yeah.
that I mean, there's a reason that they occupy the sucks tier. because they have this subversive quality. And with Rudolph in particular, you mentioned the sort of background reasons for that. It was a very deliberate attack, a deliberate effort to dislodge Christian notions from what constitutes an American Christmas in the minds of the population. And do you feel that this film is equally representative of just such an effort?
This is the American cognate, or the American, I don't know why I said this is the adult cognate, or the adult version of Rudolph, that said
Right.
being an American is just being an American. And so we can wipe away all our history, and we could go forward with this grand, equalizing, flattening, global homo vision of being rootless cogs within the commercial aspect of Americanism. And that commercial aspect went right along with the cultural aspect. And so there is, let me have grace here for a particular tribe of people to say that I am willing to say that the ones that actively wanted to war against Europe and Christianity were probably in the minority. But the other part of them wanted to be able to participate. They wanted to be able to take part in things. And rather than going to the base, which is this is when we recognize Christ, this is when we're in our homes, surrounded by our family, it was, oh, well, we could buy gifts too. And then that gets into a whole nother issue of who were the producers, what were the mercantile factories, what were the commercial chains to actually produce things.
Yeah.
Right. And so there's all these areas. And so I'm willing to say that, yeah, sure. Some of them had no foul intentions as they understood it. But it is a clash of cultures. And this is one beautiful example of it. Now, I'm also going to jump in here. There's a fellow on X named Sam Parker. I don't know his background. I don't know what all he has to say, but I know he had this lovely little thread of Operation Shylock and A Tale of Two Christmas movies. And I'm going to come here and I'm going to recognize his third one in that thread. And I think he sums this up beautifully. He says, White Christmas, and this is in comparison to, It's a Wonderful Life, which, let me go back to our tab. If you guys don't remember, sits right up there at top.
Yeah.
It's a Wonderful Life. So now we're back here, and this fella, he did his own comparison between It's a Wonderful Life and White Christmas. And he wraps up White Christmas saying, White Christmas was written by Irving Berlin, whose real name was Israel Beiling, which, boy, that's a little bit different. A Jew from the Russian Empire. I wonder why he didn't want his real name out. The movie is glitzy and glamorous, portraying lots of show business and related themes. It's about Hollywood's version of the American dream, rags to riches, the commercialization of Christmas, and of course, snow, snow, snow. One thing I noticed this time that I didn't notice before is the famous scene where Bing Crosby and Danny Kaye, that's what it was, cross-dresses females to perform a musical number called Sisters. I was immediately reminded of things like Magnus Hirschfeld, transgenderism, and the Frankfurt School. I saw a movie by a Jew injecting the beginnings of Jewish-sponsored degeneracy into a family movie about Christmas. The movie ends with a Santa Claus scene unfolding against the backdrop of a burgeoning winter snowstorm. All in all, it's a fun, heartwarming, time-tested story and piece of entertainment completely devoid of Jesus Christ whatsoever.
I think he means that to be punchy, but everything that preceded that punchline is also kind of false. I mean, again, the military stuff was
What, the heartwarming?
all of that.
Yeah.
I didn't even, like I said, I didn't even think it was particularly fun. But don't get me started because I want to come back to Abbott, who began this whole business with advocacy.
Poor Abbott.
Yeah,
I love you, Abbott.
Well,
So
I appreciate your guys' perspective on this, and it's.
I
See,
want to
I've
hear your
watched it. I
most
watched it
solid.
with the.
Yeah, come at me, bro. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay. I guess I'm coming at it with like the modern with my modern lens, right? And you've just seen so many awful, you know, Christmas movies, and it is so everything is so much more revealing now, even in the tamest of films. And so you see that one, and there's those few things that kind of set off those warning bells, but you're like, well, it's a lot better than, XYZ show or whatever else. But when you look at it from the historical perspective and the damage that it caused at that time, I imagine if I was living 1954 and I go see this in theaters, I mean, I'm probably walking out, right? I'm probably taking the misses and like, this is ridiculous, you know, at one point or
Well,
another. It's just
I wonder
oh,
because I think it did relatively well.
wow.
You know, and I know for me,
Be that generation, right? Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying I've had it. It's interesting this part too. I don't know why it is, but the vast majority of people that have recommended it or said that they love it are ladies. I suspect it's. I
A lot of
suspect it's
girls
just the
like
dancing.
it. The
Yeah. So
songs, it's like the message is uplifting. If you watch it without thinking
You
about the
think it goes that
subversive
deep,
theme,
or you think it's just the dancing and the music?
that like it's got they're making the general feel good, right? A lot of people have romanticized World War II
Yeah,
to the
maybe.
point of it's the ultimate mythology, right? There's no greater heroes that we have than those that fought in the Second World War. We don't respect our current veterans
Yeah, but
from our
who?
current conflicts, but
I want to give it to you, Abbott. I do, but who likes Daggum Grease, men or women?
yeah, yeah,
And
it's a
then
good
and
point.
then do you guys remember when was it the 2003 or 2004 edition of Rent came out? It was nothing but women and gay guys talking about how that was the greatest thing ever.
But that's the hook. But that's probably why this film did good, right? Because they could grab onto veterans and people, so they got the women with the singing and the dancing.
Okay, that
They
yeah,
stick to them
that
with
that
like
makes
put
sense.
this the camaraderie and remember the brotherhood and those that we lost and those that we have. And it's it was
Yeah, so that's how they
extremely
get the
well
guys in, and then the
crafted,
ladies keep it going.
right? And it got me a little bit too. I don't think it would have got me if I was in like the 50s, right? But you look at it today, and yeah, I first started watching this film, it's before COVID, it's before Trump in 2016, and like I'm kind of asleep to a lot of uh like true conspiracies at that time, and you're like, oh, this is kind of a my wife really likes this film. This is a little the snow is a cute little dancing musical thing for winter festivity. And then once you start to the mask starts to slip on this global homo world order nonsense, some of these things start to become more clear.
Yeah, well, and that's I'm trying to think. There was something I watched, and then I watched it again here recently. I was like, "What the world did I even like in that movie?" I don't know. But I do think it is one of them that it's in the Christmas canon now. This is one of America's greatest Christmas movies.
It is.
That's
It's
how
like
it's presented. It's right up there with It's a Wonderful Life. Whatever.
that's very weird. I mean, to what extent do you think its popularity will die off once the boomers are gone?
Yeah, so that's a curious question. Um,
I think the stupid AI is just gonna. I think we're like 1 or 2 years away from going to the AI and saying, make me a movie with XYZ actor and make Avengers 2 or whatever, and then it just do it. Like I think we're so close, and it's just gonna just flip the lid on all the creativity. I don't know. We're entering like the uncertainty of weird times.
well, see, and then I'll be arguing for people to watch White Christmas just so they watch something that was actually made.
Made by
That's
people, right? Instead
right.
of just
Yeah.
generated. But the generation will be so good that the youth or whatever, that'll be all they watch.
Oh
Oh,
man.
as something. This is in a way tangential, but it's related to something that you guys were touching on as the primary attraction for this film, particularly for the women. And as a side note, um, my wife indicated that she had seen it, um, and she also expressed she didn't watch it with me in this past week, and that's partly because she was just like, I don't really need to see it again. But I did think that it was good, and she did cite the dancing as the kind of primary thing. So anyway, she falls into that stereotypical groove, I guess. Although, she didn't recommend it to me or want to show it to me. It was apparently insignificant to her, having watched it. But I was going to bring up the dancing thing. Um, there are other films, musicals that I do recall liking, that have all the attraction of the dance aspects of this film, but don't kind of turn my stomach. And I get way more invested in. The first
Like
one to come to
Scrooge.
is um that occupies a different category,
Right.
but Singing in the Rain is what I
Yeah.
would present as, like, okay, so if you think you like White Christmas, well, Singing in the Rain is just like a better form of that. It is the sublimated form of White Christmas with some actual meaning behind it and some kind of historical value bound up in it as well. And it's been a while since I've seen it. Maybe it has some of the same faults. I'm sure it shares some of the same faults that we've been talking about with White Christmas. But like the dance aspects. In fact, one came into my X feed just this past week from Singing in the Rain. And that's skills. I mean, a lot of the dance stuff and the singing stuff is just better in Singing in the Rain. And so, I don't know. I would say whatever you think you're deriving from this film, just watch Singing in the Rain and you'll get that in addition to a story that's actually, at least a little more worth attending to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's
But
it is interesting because I'm thinking about Oklahoma right now, and as I remember it, I really enjoy that. But like I said earlier too, right off the top of my head, I could think of three subversive musicals, that being White Christmas, Grease, and
On
Rent.
the roof. Oh, right.
And I'm trying to, like, I don't know if it's just a thing. I don't know. This is also why we need to stream one of these days on Owen Barfield and his approach to dance.
that's very interesting, man. Thank you for that citation. Got to look into that in a more thoroughgoing fashion than the Grok synopsis that I sent you after you
Sure.
recommended him.
Well, it's the problem with that whole generation, and the reason there are no good American Christmas films is because the time and the generation to build, and that Steven Spielberg is releasing, his Disclosure movie, June of next year. Like the boomers still going. They're running everything. They're producing they've produced all of the best films, basically. You know, we can point to some Gen X directors and different stuff, but they have just been anti-Christian. All of the high profile and the people that have wanted to that have obtained the positions of power. They either wear it as a skin suit to gain popularity, or they're actively against it. And I think that's why things like White Christmas stand at the pinnacle, because there's just nothing else of
Yeah.
quality from this generation that has just let everybody down.
And that is an interesting point because I mean, it's daggum Bing Crosby, right? And it's
Yep.
Danny Kaye. These guys are not untalented. It's not. It's not like you're going to see. I mean, he's not untalented, but oh, who am I thinking of? Super bad. Moneyball.
Don't know.
The It's in there with Leonardo DiCaprio in The Wolf of Wall Street. Oh, what's his name? I'm gonna say his name, and he's gonna be like,
Oh,
how
you
did you forget him?"
cited him on one of our previous streams, and now you've got me thinking. It's not a name that I know
Is
terribly
it
well.
is it Jonah Hill?
No. I think maybe an S is involved at the start of his name. It's not
No, it is.
Scorsese. Is it
It's.
Scorsese?
Oh, no. Yeah, Scorsese was the director. No, I was talking about the actor.
I'm
It is Jonah
I'm
Hill.
all off in the weeds. Okay.
no, no, I was just saying that these actors weren't Jonah Hill. Who, whatever, he's talented in his own way, but these guys are capable of doing all the dancing and all the singing. And so, yeah, these guys were masters of their craft. And I think you guys are right that is the quality of the productions is intense. It's not something that you see very often these days.
And it
Oh,
almost goes back to like Bohemian Grove, and you start looking into these secret societies in order to progress in Hollywood, right? That there have been groups and combinations and that you've had to participate in, um,
Yeah.
and all of them being ultimately anti-Christian, anti-God. And I think that can go down to the root of why um, there are very few good Christmas films, and a lot of the best ones are these really old or ones that hide their Christianity, like they slide it in. You know, we've got
Mhm.
It's a Wonderful Life, and we've got the Miracle on 34th Street, and some of these other ones where it's
Yeah.
hinted at, but it's not like Ben Hur, where it's like, look, there's Christ.
Hmm. Yeah. So, having said that, Abbott, lead us off. Where would you place White Christmas?
It's got to go in stuff, right? Because it's part of the American
oh, don't be such a
catalog.
push. Don't be such a pushover. Tell us how you really feel.
I think that now I just like if you put it if it came out today, it could probably go in like cozy, like mid low cozy. But
Yeah.
to me, the historical damage from it that I just didn't put two and two together, but learning from Panda here and stuff, I've got to put it low now because it's like that's our legacy. You know, we had a chance to save it. After that Second World War, we really could have saved America. And we could have come back and said, you know, women, we appreciate you working in the factories. Let's get back in the homes. Let's build the families. We're going to change the way we do stuff. But instead, we've created this monstrosity, the global homo that's eating the world, basically. You know, like
Right.
I don't think Americans are the bad guys, but this globalist order that has taken over America is consuming the world, and it's so sad to see. So that's
Yep.
why I am moving my position.
That's cool, man. I was just ribbing you.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Whit, where are you at?
Let me first mention a really stupid, paltry, insignificant detail that just loomed large in my mind throughout the whole film. A silly little aesthetic hang-up that I just could not kick, that I've seen in other films from around this time. And this is what's the oh, it's not the K fellow. It's Bing
Crosby?
Crosby, and then the woman that he finally gets with. Both of them have these blue eyes, but the camera filter is obnoxious, and they end up looking like the Spice Eyes from Dune. Uh, um, it's just obnoxiously in your face.
Yeah.
And it was another one of those little details that uh, really disabled any attempt at serious immersion in this thing. It seems small, but you couldn't avoid it throughout the film. And
Yes.
yeah, so anyway, silly little trifling detail, but all of these little things add up. And I was gonna DQ it because I thought, like you said, it was just it was insignificant. The Christmas details, insignificant and meaningless in relation to the central themes and plot.
Right.
But now that you've made a again, the subversive aspect, the unnecessarily sexual stripping down of the ladies' attire, in spite of their good poise. Like I said, that's a
Yeah.
positive for women in general throughout this time, in addition to men, straight backs and whatnot. Again, I think it indicates something about broader civilization. But anyway,
Yeah.
all of that said, I'd put it in sucks now that we've heard the arguments for the deeper degrees of subversion that it represents. So, yeah, there we go.
Yay!
Wow,
All right.
that's the brick in this wall.
So, gentlemen,
We
we
did.
have done it. Yancey, shout out to you wherever you be, sir. But we have completed this year's Christmas movie list. It might be the only one. I don't know. I didn't know it was going to go for 4 weeks. But,
I
but
appreciate
It was
investment.
epic. It was epic.
yeah, this was a lot of fun. In some ways, it definitely it turned out even better than I had expected. So the conversations went much. I think the conversations were much more productive. Certainly, much deeper than I had expected. So this was good stuff. Gentlemen, do some shilling, and then I'm going to explain the schedule for the rest of the year, and then we'll get out of here.
Go ahead, Ab.
I'll just go real fast. Abot Grenfield right there on X. That's the only platform I'm using right now. So just follow me there for some Christian takes and stuff. And really appreciate Panda and Wit hanging out with me here tonight. It was awesome. On to you, Wit.
Yeah, really, all I'm doing these days are kind of shower thoughts. I hope are
I
at
love
least
that phrase.
deeper than. Yeah, no, it's good. When I heard it expressed as kind of the primary purpose for X, I thought, yeah, that summarizes a great deal. And I don't think I really got that when I first got on X. But yeah, my handle is Midwit, MIDWHIT. And yeah, I'm an artist and into aesthetics, and you'll find that in my feed as well.
Oh no! Did we lose him? Did I lose him?
I think we lost him.
Oh, oh! I think he's coming back.
No.
Let's see. All right, he might be. Are you back?
I am back. I don't know where I dropped off, but let me just put a lid on this before anything further. MIDWHIT on X. That is all.
Yes, and you will find the links to these fine gentlemen in the description. You will also find a link to Yancey's X on there. And then, oh yeah. Okay, so the schedule. I do these things on Thursday. Next Thursday is Christmas. Merry Christmas to everyone. I hope you have a great one. We will not be streaming that day. The week after that is what? January 1st? We will not be streaming that day either. So 3 weeks from now, I will return with Dagum, Arthur, and Callie. And
Yeah.
that's going to be a fun one. We will be leaving all of our jocular festivities and our coziness here in winter to be talking about some different ideas on the collapse of the U.S. and potential balkanization and where are we headed. So I'm curious to get Arthur's input on that and get his prognostications. But in the meantime, I hope you guys have an amazing Christmas and amazing New Year's, and God continues to bless you in ways that you hope for and in ways that are completely unexpected. So with that, celebrate the birth of Christ and Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year's to all.
Thank you, brothers. God bless you all. Merry Christmas.